Marshall Peak, Chapter 4289. Heiya's Aim. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That's what I wanted to ask you. Upon taking a closer look, Yang Kai realized that Black Crow Divine Monarch was severely injured and covered in blood. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked as though he had undergone enormous pressure. Despite his knowledge about the mysteries of the nothingness array, it would seem that escaping had still taken quite a lot of effort from him. It was no surprise considering that he had possessed Zhou Yi's body. Zhou Yi was simply a great thousand bloodland disciple who had condensed fifth-order elements. There was quite a large gap between his foundation and Yang Kai's. Black Crow Divine Monarch probably received those injuries during his escape from the nothingness array. Recalling the blood oath Black Crow Divine Monarch made just now, Yang Kai's expression became calm. What is there to fear? He is restricted by his own blood oath inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As long as I don't provoke him, he cannot attack me. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and put away the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Then, he coldly asked, Heiya, where are the others? Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. Why ask when you already know the answer? They're stuck in the same place you just came out from. I was right. Yang Kai previously suspected that everybody who entered through the gates of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into that world of pure white. Now that he received confirmation from Black Crow Divine Monarch, this knowledge made Yang Kai so furious that his teeth hurt. The nothingness array was not only incredibly peculiar, but also filled with deadly dangers. There was no saying what kind of fate one might face inside that place. It could be said that everybody had been tricked by Black Crow Divine Monarch. They had helped him open the Blood Monster Divine Palace only to be trapped in the nothingness array. Yang Kai was very tempted to summon the Azure Dragon Spear and stab this bastard to death. This monarch is truly astonished. I can't believe you escaped that place in such a short time. You truly are extraordinary. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai with admiration. The only reason he made it this far so quickly was that he had known about the nothingness array in advance. On the other hand, Yang Kai managed to reach this place despite knowing nothing. His aptitude and comprehension ability were simply astonishing. Yang Kai ground his teeth and said, The only thing I want to know right now is how I can get them out. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned meaningfully. You want to save them? It's simple. You just need to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If you successfully refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, forget rescuing them. It won't be difficult for you to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai stiffened at those words. Has your aim been to snatch the Blood Monster Cave Heaven all along? Based on what Black Crow Divine Monarch said, it was clear that he planned to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. How could Yang Kai tolerate something like that? If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded in his endeavor, then the lives of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would fall into his hands. Why else did you think this monarch spent so much effort to come here? Black Crow Divine Monarch stared at Yang Kai with a measured look and quickly said, Junior, you're a talented one. In the future, you will achieve greatness. If you submit to this monarch, I will share a portion of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with you. What do you think? Good. Yang Kai agreed readily. Tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace first. Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted with disdain. The opportunity is right in front of your eyes, but you don't know how to grasp it. Junior, you are so short-sighted. It will cost you your life one day. After saying that, his body shuddered and turned into a blood cloud that rushed to the back. Yang Kai exclaimed, Where are you going? At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less about Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood oath anymore. He immediately pushed his space principles to imprison the world around Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, the blood cloud abruptly exploded and shot out in all directions. Although Yang Kai managed to trap most of the blood lights, some still slipped through his fingers, Shio. The blood lights transformed into several clusters of blood that flew about inside the Grand Hall, but Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth, knowing that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of him. Rather, Black Crow Divine Monarch was simply eager to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and did not want to be held up here. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing, though? He immediately chased after Black Crow Divine Monarch. At this moment, Yang Kai was the only other person aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch who could move freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. If Yang Kai failed to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch and the latter successfully refined this place, he would gain total control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Everybody would end up enslaved by Heiya as a result. It would be a life worse than death. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had no idea which direction Black Crow Divine Monarch was heading. The Grand Hall was connected to the rest of the palace, and there were many corridors heading in different directions. Thus, he could only choose a direction at random in his pursuit of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Rushing out of the Grand Hall, Yang Kai arrived at a long corridor with rooms on either side. He frowned and came to stand in front of one of the rooms. After investigating with his divine sense and confirming that there were no dangers inside, he pushed open the door and entered the room. What he saw stunned him for a moment. It was probably a woman's bedroom. Yang Kai might not know the identity of the owner, but the furnishings in the room gave off a feminine aura. It was just that too much time had passed, and everything inside had long ago rotted away. The slight gust of wind that stirred up from when he opened the door caused many things to disintegrate into dust. Yang Kai glanced around and determined that there was nothing of value inside the room. There were no signs of Black Crow Divine Monarch either, so he immediately left. He then pushed open the door to another room and found that it was rather similar to the previous room. After investigating the rooms one by one, Yang Kai found nothing at all. This area seemed to be filled with women's bedrooms. Thus, he secretly guessed that this place used to be the living quarters of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's harem. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so it was not strange for him to have several women by his side. Even so, his women couldn't survive until today when he himself had already passed away. Passing through the harem, Yang Kai arrived at another grand hall. This grand hall covered an extremely large area. Moreover, it was surrounded by strange and seemingly indestructible stones that emitted a constant brilliant light. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. There were many cages inside the grand hall. Furthermore, these cages were filled with many monster beast skeletons. Some were as small as one's palm while others were several meters tall. These monster beasts came in all shapes and sizes. The list could go on forever. It could be conceived that countless monster beasts had once been imprisoned here a long time ago. With the passage of time, though, they had reached the end of their lifespans and finally died. Yang Kai walked over to one of the cages and studied the pile of bones. When he noticed a dull and faded bead among the bones, a sudden thought came to him and he immediately retrieved it. Upon careful investigation, however, Yang Kai sighed. This dull and faded bead turned out to be the monster core of a monster beast. Judging from the weak aura remaining in this monster core, this monster beast used to be a 5th Order monster beast at the very least. It was just that too much time had passed. The monster beast core had not been properly preserved, so most of the energy within had dissipated. A monster beast core like this had very little value. Weaving through the grand hall, Yang Kai found monster core after monster core that had long lost their value. He even suspected that some were 7th Order monster cores. Thus, he couldn't help feeling his heart ache. If these monster cores had retained their usefulness, then he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. This place seemed to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch used to research monster beasts. He was proficient in the Tao of Blood and the Tao of Beast Taming, but that was not all. He also managed to modify monster beasts so that they only had singular attributes in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was proof of his supreme attainments in the Tao of Beast Taming. Unlike in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the monster beast cores in the outside world would normally have a complex mix of elements. Not many of them could be refined and used by cultivators directly. However, the monster beast cores in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were different in the sense that they could be used directly as open heaven resources. If this method was leaked to the outside world, the various cave heavens and paradises would surely scramble over themselves to get their hands on it. Since this place used to be where Blood Monster Divine Monarch did his research on the monster beasts, Wouldn't he have left some notes here? Yang Kai had a sudden idea and carefully searched the surrounding area. It didn't take long before he found a few remaining jade slips lying around. He carefully picked these jade slips up and confirmed that they were not damaged. Only then did he immerse his divine sense into the jade slips to check their contents. A short while later, he revealed a look of pure joy. These jade slips might not contain information that fully described the methods to nurture these monster beasts, but there were some scattered records within them. There were many parts that Yang Kai did not understand. However, that was not a problem. Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang would surely be very interested in these research notes. After all, he rose to the status of Great Emperor by cultivating the Tao of beast taming. Yang Kai solemnly put these jade slips away. Afterwards, he circled around the grand hall once more. When he confirmed that he had not missed anything else, he finally continued to head deeper into the palace. There were many grand halls and rooms in this place, but most of them were empty. Apart from those jade slips, Yang Kai did not find anything else that was of value. It was not that this place did not contain great treasures, it was just that too much time had passed and many of these treasures had long since lost their spirituality. Take for example the monster cores he came across earlier. Some of those monster cores were originally 7th order resources. Unfortunately, they had long since lost their effects and became worthless as a result. Yang Kai also found some artifacts that were of very high quality, but their aura was so dim that they could not be refined at all. It could be seen that the rosy picture that Black Crow Divine Monarch had previously painted in front of everybody was nothing more than a bunch of nonsense. He simply wanted to borrow their strength to help break the barrier of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. There was no saying where he was hiding at the moment. He might even be refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now. Even if Yang Kai wanted to search for Black Crow Divine Monarch though, he had no idea where to even begin. As such, he could only proceed one step at a time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai pushed open the door of a room and was surprised to discover a large alchemy furnace inside. There were many wooden shelves in the surroundings which contained various herbs and jade bottles. Is this the pill refining room? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat in excitement. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the things that he would keep in this place would surely be of high quality. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was disappointed once more when he stepped forward to examine the shelves. There were many herbs on the wooden shelves. Not only were they of very high quality, but they also had various barriers and methods cast on them to preserve them. It was just that far too long had passed so most of the barriers had lost their effects, causing these herbs to lose most of their medical efficacy. It was the jade bottles that Yang Kai held out some hope for. After checking through the rows of jade bottles, he finally obtained some results. Most of the spirit pills in the jade bottles had lost their effects, but Blood Monster Divine Monarch seemed to be fairly skilled in alchemy. Quite a few of the spirit pills here had pill veins. Once a spirit pill produced pill's veins, they would retain their efficacy no matter how much time passed as long as they were properly stored. They would be even more incredible if they formed pill's clouds, in which case their medicinal efficacies would continue to increase with the passing of time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4290, Universe Furnace Open Heaven Pills. Spirit pills with pill clouds were extremely difficult to refine. Many alchemists might never even refine a single spirit pill that formed pill clouds in their entire lifetime. Yang Kai had refined countless spirit pills since he first started cultivating, but the number which formed pill clouds could be counted on one hand. There were no spirit pills with pill clouds in this place, but there were quite a few with pill veins. Moreover, there was quite a wide variety of them. Some were used to facilitate cultivation, and some were for healing purposes. There were also some Yang Kai did not recognize. Nevertheless, he swept all of them into his space ring without exception. When he picked up one of the jade bottles to investigate the content, he couldn't help but frown as it only had a single open heaven pill. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so why would he place a bottle with a single open heaven pill here with such solemnity? What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this open heaven pill still retained its medical efficacies. He casually tossed the bottle into his space ring, but just as he was about to continue with his search, He froze in surprise. That can't be right. If that really was an open heaven pill, then it should have lost all its medical efficacies over the years. It's impossible for them to be preserved so perfectly. Besides, that open heaven pill seemed a little different from the other open heaven pills that I've seen before. Yang Kai quickly took the jade bottle out again and opened it and poured out the single open heaven pill. At a glance, there was no doubt that it was an open heaven pill. Both the size and color of the spirit pill were almost identical to that of a common open heaven pill, but even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this spirit pill contained an energy that was countless times stronger than ordinary. There was also a faint hint of the world force leaking out of this open heaven pill. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he immersed it into the spirit pill to investigate Hong. A wave of dizziness swept over him as it felt as though he had tried to sweep his divine sense over an entire small world, his soul shaken under the oppression of the world force. That was not all. A distinct kind of grand Tao aura emanated from this open heaven pill, making him feel enlightened all of a sudden. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yang Kai focused his mind and studied the spirit pill in his hand intently. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were countless fine and delicate patterns on this open heaven pill. These patterns intertwined with each other and covered the entire surface of the spirit pill, seeming to contain 10,000 grand Taos within them. These patterns made a person subconsciously yearn to investigate them further. These were neither pill veins nor pill clouds. More importantly, this spirit pill was definitely not an ordinary open heaven pill. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility that excited him so much that his hands trembled. When he set off from the star boundary, Zhang Ruo she had once explained to him about the use of open heaven pills. Open heaven pills were generally used by open heaven realm masters to increase their strength. They were also the hard currency used throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was just that there were limits to consuming open heaven pills for advancement. Generally, one could only increase their order twice by consuming open heaven pills, and they became completely useless after that. The cultivators who had reached this point had also reached the limits of their strength. However, those who were lucky enough to find innate open heaven pills could go a step further. The heavens never sealed off all hope, so there was always a path forward, no matter how narrow and dangerous. There was a mysterious supreme treasure in this vast universe known as the universe furnace. Most of the time, the universe furnace was hidden in the void, and it was something most people would never have the chance to encounter. The universe furnace drew upon the very essence of the universe to produce innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills not only had incredibly potent medical efficacies, but also carried no side effects for cultivators. It was rumored that the cultivation and order of a cultivator could be improved continuously without any risk or hidden dangers, as long as one had enough innate open heaven pills. Be that as it may, these innate open heaven pills were extraordinarily rare, and a reign of terror would be unleashed every time the universe furnace appeared. Even the cave heavens and paradises would do everything in their power to snatch these naturally formed open heaven pills. That was why they were considered treasures that ordinary cultivators would never even lay eyes on. Not many people even knew what these innate open heaven pills looked like. The open heaven pills circulating in the 3,000 worlds today were actually imitations of the innate ones refined by alchemists in the ancient past. There was a large difference between imitations and the genuine product, be it in terms of medicinal efficacies or effects. Yang Kai gulped nervously. He was almost certain that this spirit pill in his hand was a legendary universe furnace open heaven pill. Thinking about it carefully, though, it was not that surprising. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would not be impossible for him to obtain such a treasure. This bottle contained only one spirit pill, but although this one pill did not seem significant or useful, its value was practically immeasurable. Just imagine. A cultivator who had initially broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm then spent countless years and energy to finally advance to the peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, this was the pinnacle of his or her life and the limit of their martial Tao. At this point, they could not increase their strength again no matter how many open heaven pills they consumed or how many cultivation resources they refined. However, This innate open heaven pill gave a glimmer of hope in that desperate situation. If that were the case, they would probably agree to any condition just to obtain it. This spirit pill was simply priceless. Yang Kai's heart pounded with excitement. Regardless of whatever else he gained, this trip to the blood monster cave heaven would be worthwhile just with this pill alone. Yang Kai took a moment to compose himself. Although he was almost certain that what he received was the legendary item, he would still need the proprietress to verify whether it was genuine. After all, she had far more experience and a better eye than him and would definitely be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Placing this bottle into the small sealed world, Yang Kai continued to look around. The results made him very excited. He actually found 5 bottles with innate open heaven pills. In other words, he now had 5 of these spirit pills. Yang Kai did not know how many innate open heaven pills an 8th order open heaven realm master would need to consume to advance into the 9th order, but since these 5 pills were stored so carefully here, they would definitely be of at least some use. Compared to these 5 spirit pills, all the other gains he obtained up until now could only be regarded as bonuses. Yang Kai quickly stored them away and looted the rest of the spirit pills that could still be used. He didn't even spare the furnace. Voidland would surely need to refine their own open heaven pills in the future, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it would definitely be of great quality. It would be perfect if he brought this back for Wondrous Pill Great Emperor to use. Yang Kai exited the pill room and continued his search. It was just that he seemed to have used up all his good luck now and had no gains for a while after that. All of a sudden, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. This phenomenon made his expression change drastically. At this moment, the only one who could move about freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from him was Black Crow Divine Monarch. Seeing as he was not the one creating this sound, then it had to be the doing of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Such a large commotion could only mean that Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai became desperate. He hurriedly followed the source of the sound, but could not find Black Crow Divine Monarch no matter where he searched. On the other hand, the rumbling sounds could occasionally be heard from a certain direction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These sounds were extremely upsetting. He searched for another hour only to find no clues, causing him to grind his teeth hard. If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded at refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then he would be able to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, everybody's life or death would be his to control. Moreover, Yang Kai had greatly offended Black Crow Divine Monarch, so the first person to die would undoubtedly be him. It was impossible to retreat now, not unless the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened again and ejected them all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Yang Kai suddenly had a tingling feeling in his heart, and he turned to look in a certain direction while shouting, "Who?" What he saw made his expression freeze in surprise. There was a bright figure floating in midair and staring at him expressionlessly. This figure looked like a 7- or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to exist between the lines of ethereal and corporeal. Moreover, he wore a child's traditional outfit. His hair was tied into a braid, making him look very soft and adorable. It was just that his expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even his gaze gave off an air of indifference. Yang Kai frowned. This child was clearly not a living creature, as he could not sense the slightest hint of vitality coming from the other party. The boy was not a dead creature or a Een soul either, because he did not give off a gloomy feeling. Rather, he gave Yang Kai a vague sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had met somewhere before, but Yang Kai could not recall where at the moment. "Child, who are you?" Yang Kai asked, watching the other party warily. The child swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, "I can offer you a fateful encounter. Do you want it?" It was a child's voice, but it spoke in an old-fashioned manner, so it sounded extremely strange to the ears. "What do you mean by fateful encounter?" Yang Kai remained unmoved. The child replied, "This world." Yang Kai immediately sneered in response, "Such a small child. But what arrogance! What gives you the right to offer this world to me in the name of a fateful encounter?" The child calmly said, You only need to swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Then, I can give you this world. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and pursed his lips, such a small child spouting such nonsense. Aren't you afraid that the wind might slice off your tongue? I can't believe you want me to swear a Tao oath. While speaking, Yang Kai seemed to recall something. He looked the young boy up and down, then he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the artifact spirit of this place?" He finally recalled why this small child gave him such a familiar feeling. This was clearly the aura of an artifact spirit, similar to how Lu Yin used to be. Combined with the child's seemingly shameless boasting, how could Yang Kai not realize the truth? The child nodded. That's right. I am the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Yang Kai's expression turned serious. Isn't there somebody refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now? Yes. The child nodded. Yang Kai became greatly anxious. If somebody is refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then why are you still wasting time here with me? Why aren't you stopping him? The child shook his head. I am just an artifact spirit. I can't stop anybody from refining me, no matter who comes to do so. Yang Kai frowned at those words. Didn't you just say you can give me this world? Doesn't that mean you want me to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace? That's right. Why? Yang Kai was truly puzzled. The one who is trying to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now is a great enemy of my master. I don't want him to inherit the Blood Monster Divine Palace. So, I came to you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. This artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so he definitely inherited a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's will. It made sense that he would instinctively hate Black Crow Divine Monarch, and at this moment, the only one who could move around in the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch was Yang Kai. That meant that he basically had no other choice. Martial Peak, Chapter 4291, Competition. Yang Kai excitedly said, Sounds good. Hurry up and tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. The artifact spirit said, You must first swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Yang Kai snarled furiously. How dare a trivial artifact spirit speak so arrogantly? You truly don't know your place. Sure enough, this place is a den of rats and snakes. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good thing during his lifetime, so it makes sense that the artifact spirit born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace wouldn't be good either. I can't believe he wants to control me. Don't you want the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Don't you want the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The artifact spirit looked at Yang Kai curiously, seeming not to understand why Yang Kai would refuse him. Yang Kai coldly snorted. What is there in this vast world that can compare to my freedom? The artifact spirit said, If you can refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then everything in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will be under your control. You will have endless resources at your fingertips. With enough time, you might even grow to rival the heights of my master. What is losing a little bit of your freedom in comparison? Besides, I won't make you do anything that will trouble you even if you swear the Tao oath. I just want to protect myself. Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit in surprise. You even understand the art of temptation. It looks like your sentience is not that low. Shaking his head, he continued, But you don't need to waste your efforts on me. I cannot agree with your condition. There was no guarantee that he would die even if Black Crow Divine Monarch refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace. On the contrary, his life would be forfeited the moment he agreed to this artifact spirit's condition. The artifact spirit scowled deeply. Yang Kai said, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a great enemy of your master. If he is allowed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, do you think he will tolerate your existence? It's a given that he will immediately wipe out your sentience. If not for that, you would not have come to me on your own. Since you need my help, then don't bother trying to force such nonsensical conditions on me. Why don't we cooperate instead? The artifact spirit asked, How do we cooperate? Yang Kai relaxed slightly when he saw the artifact spirit's attitude. This artifact spirit might have some measure of sentience, but he was not a living creature. Seeing as he could ask this question, though, then there was room for negotiation. Take me to Heya. I will help you to stop him from refining. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him. The artifact spirit shook his head disbelieving. If I don't try, how will you know? Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit. Compared to standing here waiting for your death, why don't you take a gamble instead? The artifact spirit fell silent for a while, and only after a long time passed did he respond, "Come with me." While saying that, he drifted in a certain direction at an extremely high speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and quickly followed. The artifact spirit was born from the blood monster divine palace, so it was only natural that he knew this place better than anybody else. Yang Kai followed closely behind him, twisting and turning inside the various halls and corridors. After traveling for a whole quarter hour, Yang Kai suddenly found himself inside a grand hall. The grand hall was completely empty, with only a grand array glowing faintly on the ground. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged at one corner of the grand array. Who else could it be but Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had taken possession of Zhou Yi's body? Blood mist was spreading out from Black Crow Divine Monarch's body. The crimson-red blood chi frantically expanded outward, trying to fill the patterns of the grand array. Following his unrelenting actions, the entire blood monster divine palace rumbled in response. With a single glance, Yang Kai knew that he could not allow Black Crow Divine Monarch to finish refining the grand array in this place. Once Black Crow Divine Monarch finished, then control of the blood monster divine palace would fall into his hands. It was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch had been refining the grand array for some time now. At this moment, approximately 10% of the grand array had been taken over by him. The places where he refined were filled with blood mist while the rest of the area was still dull. Nevertheless, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. He was not too late yet. Even if he rushed over, there was nothing he could do to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch if too much progress had already been made in the refinement process. Artifact Spirit, how dare you disrupt this monarch's plans? The first thing I'm going to do when I finish refining this blood monster divine palace is to extinguish your soul. Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately snapped hatefully when he looked up to see Yang Kai and the artifact spirit. After saying that, he turned to Yang Kai and snarled through gritted teeth, "Boy, you're such a persistent little bastard. Why do you keep getting in this monarch's way? Damn you." "Enough nonsense, Heya. Hand over your life." Yang Kai shouted. Lifting a hand, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. A black hole the size of a fist swirled above the tip of the spear, containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. When the spear thrust out, everything around it collapsed. Rupture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression changed slightly, and the layer of blood mist surrounding his body immediately became denser. At the same time, the area around him turned into a blood sea. Yang Kai plunged into the blood sea and fervently attacked with everything he had. However, he could not tell north from south or even up from down inside the blood sea. He was unable to determine Black Crow Divine Monarch's location, much less kill him. In the end, he rushed out of the blood sea with an extremely ugly expression after attacking fruitlessly for some time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mocking voice came out from within the blood sea. "Junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You overestimate yourself just because you're a little capable. Your little tricks are nothing more than pitiful tricks in this monarch's eyes. If you want to play so much, then this monarch will play with you. You better play to your heart's content." The blood sea squirmed, and a large number of blood crows charged out from it, clawing loudly. The noise they made was extremely distracting as they swooped down on Yang Kai in an overwhelming manner. Yang Kai quickly raised his spear and thrust out rapidly. Blood crow after blood crow exploded into blood mist, but they could not be killed completely. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop refining the grand array during the battle with Yang Kai. In fact, his blood mist continued to spread towards the middle of the grand array at even greater speed. "What you're doing is not working," the artifact spirit spoke up from the side. Nobody can stop him anymore once he finishes refining the grand array. How could Yang Kai not know that forceful methods were ineffective? It was just that he was currently riding a tiger and had no other solutions to the problem at hand. Quickly enter the grand array to compete with him for the right of control over the grand array. The artifact spirit added. Yang Kai grimly replied, "It looks like that's the only way." With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai swept out his spear and turned countless blood crows into mere splattered blood. Then, he arrived at the opposite corner of the grand array in a flash. His divine sense surged and burrowed into the grand array as he frantically began refining it. Upon seeing Yang Kai's actions, how could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow this situation to continue? He controlled the countless blood crows to madly swarm Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was as steady as a rock. Separating his consciousness, he continued refining the grand array while simultaneously dealing with the blood crows. Yang Kai's divine sense was immensely powerful. Moreover, he also had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Hence, it was not difficult for him to do two things at once. It was just that he could not move once he started refining the grand array, so he could only stand there and become a target for the blood crows. This enraged him greatly. On opposite sides of the grand array, Black Crow Divine Monarch and Yang Kai sat. They were both competing for the right of control over the grand array. The person who succeeded in completely refining the grand array would have total control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, controlling the Blood Monster Divine Palace was equivalent to controlling the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It could be said that the lives of the natives and monster beasts, as well as all the people who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, were resting on Yang Kai's shoulders alone. However, Yang Kai's expression soon turned ugly. That was because he discovered that Black Crow Divine Monarch was much faster at refining the grand array compared to him. The blood mist had already occupied 20% of the grand array in such a short amount of time. It would not take more than a few more hours for Black Crow Divine Monarch to completely refine it. In the first place, he had begun refining before Yang Kai. This increase in speed clearly indicated that Heya was also working hard to move faster. Thus, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to catch up to him at this rate. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled, "Artifact Spirit, help me." The Artifact Spirit shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I was born from this place, my master has restricted what I can do." Yang Kai was so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Then, why were you shamelessly boasting that you can give me this world earlier?" He thought that he could easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace if he cooperated with the Artifact Spirit. Only now did he realize that he was greatly mistaken. The Artifact Spirit said, "Although I cannot help you, I can explain the mysteries of the Grand Array to you. Whether or not you can comprehend these mysteries will depend entirely on you." "Explain them, then." The Artifact Spirit immediately began teaching, while Yang Kai listened attentively. By combining the information with the situation in front of him, there was no doubt that his refining speed improved greatly. Even so, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. As time passed, the Grand Array was gradually flooded with two different colors. One was Black Crow Divine Monarch's crimson, while the other was Yang Kai's black. Nevertheless, it was very obvious that the area occupied by Black Crow Divine Monarch was much larger than Yang Kai's. In this huge Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch occupied a little more than 60% of the territory, while Yang Kai only occupied some 30% or so. In the beginning, things had remained somewhat peaceful when they were both refining separately, but once all the parts of the Grand Array had been filled with their respective energies, a clash between them would become inevitable. Looking down from above, the Grand Array that controlled the Blood Monster Divine Palace was like a large plate. Black Crow Divine Monarch currently held some 65% of the plate while Yang Kai held the rest. If they wanted to occupy the entire plate, then they would first have to drive out their opponent's power. When their powers bordered on each other, Yang Kai's body stiffened. He could feel an immense force rumbling towards him from the opposite side, giving him the feeling that the opposing force was unstoppable. Be that as it may, he had no choice but to defend even if it was futile. He hurriedly urged the part of the grand array that he controlled and viciously slammed his energy forward. Pooh. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch just swayed slightly in response. In this collision, who was stronger was abundantly clear. Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously occupied the absolute advantage. This was not something that could be helped. The two of them were currently fighting with their respective control over the grand array. It had nothing to do with their personal strength. For that reason, Black Crow Divine Monarch was going all out. Even the blood crows that had been pestering Yang Kai all this while vanished without a trace. It could be seen that he had no time to care about anything else. During their first clash, Yang Kai clearly felt that a part of his territory had been lost. Black Crow Divine Monarch's energy continuously crept in his direction and gradually occupied the territory that he controlled previously. Seeing this, Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed wildly. Junior, stop being stubborn. Obediently accept your death. It will save you some pain. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and ignored the other party. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. Stubborn fool. While speaking, he controlled the power of the grand array he controlled, and it slammed towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai had prepared himself in advance and used all his strength to defend, he was still overwhelmed. At the same time, he lost another part of the grand array that he controlled. It gave Black Crow Divine Monarch a chance to take further control of the grand array, allowing his progress to reach 70%. I can't let this continue any longer. Although I still control 30% of the grand array, it will only be a matter of time before I am completely overtaken by this old dog. If that happens, there will be no hope left. Martial Peak, Chapter 4292, Fierce Counterattack. Artifact Spirit, is there any other way to stop him? Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth while struggling to defend. The Artifact Spirit remained silent. Looking at the Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai knew that the other party was powerless to help. Thus, he couldn't help feeling desperate. Under normal circumstances, the Artifact Spirit would have absolute control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he had said that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had limited his abilities, so he was utterly powerless to help at this time. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Yang Kai for help in the first place. Hong? Black Crow Divine Monarch guided the power of the Grand Array to slam towards Yang Kai once more. Even though Yang Kai struggled desperately to defend, he was once again driven back, allowing the territory controlled by Black Crow Divine Monarch to expand a little bit more. The situation was extremely precarious, and Yang Kai had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a wicked cackle. Boy, let's see how long you can resist. The moment this monarch completely refines this grand array will be the moment you die. Then, he turned to look at the Artifact Spirit, and you. It was not easy for you to be born and gain sentience. If you acknowledge and repent for your mistakes, this monarch is not opposed to forgiving you and sparing your life. The Blood Monster Divine Palace was not a living creature, so it was indeed extremely difficult for an Artifact Spirit to be born out of it. Besides, his current strength was not that great. If Black Crow Divine Monarch could obtain the support of the Artifact Spirit, then it would be easier for him to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If that were not the case, why would he bother wasting his time on a mere Artifact Spirit? The Artifact Spirit remained silent and glanced in Yang Kai's direction. Seeming to notice the Artifact Spirit's gaze, Yang Kai jerked in surprise and quickly said, "Artifact Spirit, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if you join him now, things will not end well for you in the future." However, the Artifact Spirit drifted over and landed behind Black Crow Divine Monarch and bowed deeply. "This Artifact Spirit greets Master." Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. "Good, good, good. Obediently stand to the side. This monarch will speak to you once I deal with this annoying ant." Yes. The Artifact Spirit immediately stood to the side. Yang Kai coldly snorted at the sight. This Artifact Spirit is completely unreliable after all. A two-faced coward. Earlier, he came to me in hopes that I could defeat Black Crow Divine Monarch. I can't believe how eagerly he submitted himself to Black Crow Divine Monarch after seeing that I am having trouble defeating the opponent. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who the artifact spirit recognized as his master. It did little to change the current situation, since he had no power to interfere with the Grand Array in the first place. For that reason, Yang Kai ignored the artifact spirit even though he scorned his actions. Meanwhile, the attacks from Black Crow Divine Monarch were getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. The portion of the Grand Array that Yang Kai refined had always been smaller compared to Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Moreover, their repeated collisions caused Yang Kai to lose large tracts of his territory. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's territory grew larger and larger with each clash. This situation created a vicious cycle that quickly exhausted Yang Kai to the bone. It didn't take more than an hour before the territory that Yang Kai controlled in the Grand Array was reduced to a mere 20%. At this point, it could be said that he was suffering from a crushing defeat. Although they were both holding the right of control over the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using 80% of its power against Yang Kai's 20%. It was practically impossible for Yang Kai to resist. Have I reached my limits? Yang Kai grimly asked himself. If I fail to stop him here, then he will take control of the entire blood monster cave heaven. Leaving aside whether or not I can escape if that happens, Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, Chef, Accountant, Lang Qingshan, and the others will surely become his prisoners. Knowing Black Crow Divine Monarch's personality, everybody will be better off dead by then. Chef. Yang Kai abruptly recalled something and his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Hurriedly activating his divine sense, he released Chef, whom he previously placed into the small sealed world. Earlier, Chef had used a powerful secret technique against the star turtle, one that consumed a massive amount of his strength, leaving him almost completely drained. As such, Yang Kai later placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. He had almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against Black Crow Divine Monarch, and neither side could afford to be distracted. So whoever had an extra helper would surely gain a huge advantage over the other. As soon as Chef appeared, he took in his surroundings warily. What entered his eyes left him stunned, and he exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was just as taken aback. Even though he wanted to ask the same question, it didn't matter how this fatty appeared in this place as it was incredibly disadvantageous for him. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this newcomer did not seem to be in a good state. Even though Chef had recovered some of his strength, his complexion was still very pale and his aura was quite weak. Yang Kai explained the current situation to Chef in the briefest manner possible. When Chef finished listening to the explanation, he understood the severity of the matter. Thus, he gritted his teeth and glared at Black Crow Divine Monarch. In other words, everything will be fine as long as I can take this opportunity to kill this guy, right? You can say that, but... Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, Chef summoned his kitchen knife. His chubby figure moved with indescribable agility as he rushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch and roared, "Old dog, die." Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression was incredibly gloomy. Things had reached a critical juncture where he was about to take full control over the Grand Array. He initially thought that this matter would be settled soon, but how could he have predicted that a disturbance would pop up at the last moment? While Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of Chef, he was forced to split his attention in order to defend against him. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a massive blood cloud that wrapped around Chef tightly. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and saw that Chef could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the wriggling and squirming movements coming from within the blood cloud. In addition, violent bursts of energy would occasionally erupt from within the blood cloud. It was obvious that Chef was struggling fiercely. Yang Kai ground his teeth. There was no time for him to be concerned about Chef's safety, though. Taking this opportunity, he quickly drew upon the power of the Grand Array to counterattack. Black Crow Divine Monarch had anticipated this move, though, and pretended that he was being pushed back, retreating slightly before suddenly surging forward with a counterattack. Yang Kai was caught off guard. Not only did he fail to turn the situation around, but he made the situation worse instead. This outcome nearly depressed him to the point of spitting blood. Hong. Chef, who had been enveloped in the crimson blood cloud, finally broke out at that moment. His eyes were widened with rage, and the kitchen knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. He was about to charge forward once more when Yang Kai hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to him. Attack the Grand Array. At this moment, it was unrealistic to try and wrestle control of the Grand Array from Black Crow Divine Monarch. The latter held the absolute advantage in this situation. If things were to continue, nobody would be able to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch once he completely assimilated Yang Kai's territory. Since competing for control was no longer viable, then they could only choose to destroy the Grand Array. In the worst case, it would be ruined for good and nobody could try to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace again. Chef's eyes brightened, and he nodded at those words. Good idea. Following that, he brought his knife, slashing down on the patterns of the Grand Array that covered the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch paled in shock at the sight and roared, "Junior, you dare?" Chef just sneered. "Watch me." His attack did not falter in the slightest, and the blade light sliced down hard. At the same time, Yang Kai took the opportunity to counterattack. He needed to distract Black Crow Divine Monarch so that the latter could not interfere with Chef. A series of clanging noises rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Yang Kai and Chef were a little dumbfounded by the situation. Chef's attack was incredibly fierce, but even so, it did no damage to the Grand Array at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing at this sight. Ignorant child. This control array was arranged personally by that old dog Shui Yao. It cost him a massive fortune to even just refine its base. How could it be something you pitiful weaklings could destroy? Stop making me laugh. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just keep attacking. Chef gritted his teeth and grunted in reply. Leaping onto the Grand Array, he used all his strength to launch a barrage of attacks down on it. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression remained calm though. When he saw that Chef could not damage the Grand Array in any way, he stopped trying to interfere and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After attacking for some time, Chef panted for breath and called out, "Brat, this isn't working. My strength isn't high enough. I'm afraid this method will not work." Yang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he only retained control over some 10% of the Grand Array. It could be said that he was being pushed into a corner, literally. Black Crow Divine Monarch only needed to attack a few more times to completely remove his energy from the Grand Array. If that happened, Black Crow Divine Monarch would easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The situation is desperate. Yang Kai sighed. It looks like I will have to use the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress in this place. He was very reluctant to use this divine ability bead unless he really had no other choice. Besides, he did not know whether the divine ability bead could destroy the Grand Array. Proprietress might be powerful, but she was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How much power her divine ability bead could unleash remained unknown, so it would be a waste if it had no effect on the current situation. It had been extremely difficult for the Proprietress to refine this divine ability bead, so how could he willingly let it go to waste? But Yang Kai had no choice now that things had come to this. He had to use it even if he was reluctant. Aside from the divine ability bead, he had no other means to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai glared coldly in the direction of Black Crow Divine Monarch, but just as he was about to bring out the divine ability bead, his gaze landed on the artifact spirit. A light flashed through his eyes at that moment, and a bold conjecture emerged from the depths of his heart in the next moment. Then, he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Chef. Chef was still gasping for breath, but he raised his brow at those words and nodded almost imperceptibly. Swinging his kitchen knife, he slashed several dozen sword lights towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. How dare a mere ant act so impudent? The blood mist around his body boiled and countless blood crows flew out to meet the sword lights. They cawed noisily when they were cut down but still easily blocked the assault. Taking this opportunity, Chef raised his hand and summoned his chopping block. He casually tossed the block out and it rapidly enlarged, radiating a strange aura as it quickly slid under its target. At the same time, Chef's figure abruptly swelled up and became massive. He looked extremely ferocious. The apron around his waist was covered in grease stains, and the butcher character stretching across his chest was absolutely horrifying. He grinned savagely as he roared, "I am the knife and chopping block, you are the fish." The artifact spirit jerked in surprise. He was astonished to discover that he was standing on top of the chopping block without him noticing. Furthermore, he was being restrained by a strange force. He couldn't help feeling the situation was all rather absurd. At this moment, he felt like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch not realize Chef's intentions after seeing this situation? He did not know what effects would come from killing the artifact spirit, but he did not dare to take this gamble. Hence, he roared, "Don't you dare." Raising his arm, he shot a blood arrow in Chef's direction. Yongkai flashed forward. At this moment, he completely gave up on the territory he had been guarding. If Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted, he could have taken this opportunity to finish refining the Grand Array. It was just that he was distracted in his efforts to stop Chef and failed to notice this point. By the time he realized Yongkai was attacking, the spear was already rapidly enlarging in his vision. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire lingered at the tip of the spear, and its power was too great for him to simply ignore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4293. This is bad. The spear's shadows shrouded the sky, looming over Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was accompanied by crackling sounds that rang out endlessly. Heya gave a furious roar. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy for him to block this attack from Yongkai. In the worst case, he could simply dodge. However, he was currently in the last stages of refining the Grand Array, so not only was he unable to move, but most of his attention was also focused on the array itself. There was no way for him to avoid this attack, much less defend himself. His entire body was instantly riddled with holes by Yongkai's spear, and countless large and bloody holes appeared on his body, gushing with fresh blood. Any other person would have died from such injuries, but he had cultivated the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture. He even resurrected on the spot after being split in two by the protective divine ability from Pei Wenxian's identity token. Hence, Black Crow Divine Monarch's injuries would only cause him to expend his chi and did not threaten his life in any way. At the same time, Chef made several consecutive chopping motions with his kitchen knife, all while shouting, "Chop, chop, chop." A chilling blade light loomed down upon the artifact spirit. 3 breaths later, Chef gave a muffled groan. His enlarged body deflated rapidly, and the chopping block flew back into his hands. His complexion as pale as a sheet, he muttered weakly, "It's up to you now." When he last used this secret technique, he had exhausted all his energy in an instant. Thus, Yongkai had placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. Performing this secret technique again after such a short time made his condition worsen even more than the first time. Yongkai quickly appeared beside Chef at that moment, lifted a hand to grab him, and tossed him into the small sealed world. On the other hand, the flesh around Black Crow Divine Monarch's wounds squirmed vigorously, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yongkai was no longer opposing him in the Grand Array, and it could be said that there was nothing stopping him now. As long as he willed it, he would be able to refine the Grand Array to completion. Even so, he seemed numb to this fact and was simply staring in the artifact spirit's direction with an ugly expression. Similarly, Yongkai was watching the artifact spirit closely. His spear was held loosely by his side, and his expression was a mixture of nervousness and vigilance. His other hand was holding the proprietress divine ability bead. Moreover, his strength was circulating wildly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The artifact spirit looked perfectly fine, standing there motionlessly as though Chef's secret technique had been completely ineffective on him. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing, cackling so hard that he nearly cried. However, his expression began to stiffen in the middle of his laughter. The artifact spirit lowered his head to look down at his body. All of a sudden, he gave a soft sigh and murmured to himself, "This is fine too." While speaking, his body shattered without warning and turned into wisps of light that soon faded into nothing. He was just an artifact spirit without any real defensive strength, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of Chef's secret technique when he could not mobilize the power of the blood monster divine palace? The artifact spirit was annihilated. Both the gazes of Yang Kai and Black Crow divine monarch turned to look at the grand array in unison. Yang Kai's gaze was cold while Black Crow divine monarch's entire face twitched. Kacha. A soft sound suddenly came from the grand array, and they both looked over to see that a crack had appeared in one of its corners. Yang Kai was overjoyed. How could he not realize that his conjecture had been correct? The artifact spirit might have seemed useless, but his very existence was closely tied to the grand array. Chef might have been powerless to destroy the grand array, but killing the artifact spirit was well within his means. As soon as the artifact spirit was destroyed, the grand array was deeply affected too. There was no reason to hesitate, so Yang Kai thrust his spear at the crack. "Don't even think about it." Black Crow divine monarch roared furiously, and a blood arrow shot directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai used his dragon shields to protect himself while focusing all his strength into his spear thrust. Pong! A violent force burst forth, and the crack in the grand array immediately spread outward like a spiderweb. At the same time, the dragon shields protecting Yang Kai shattered to pieces and his body was sent flying out. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds came from various spots of the grand array. Black Crow divine monarch hurriedly activated his power to try to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately for him, the damage had already been done. There was nothing he could do to reverse it with his current strength. It didn't take longer than 10 breaths before the grand array completely lost all spirituality and broke apart. "Damn you, Junior!" Black Crow divine monarch felt as though his eyes were going to explode at the sight. The raging flames of fury in him threatened to burn him alive. There was only a little bit left to refine. If he finished refining that remaining bit, then he would have gained complete control over the blood monster cave heaven. At that time, recovering to his full strength would have been a breeze. However, that little bit was now as wide and deep as a mountain valley. He had fallen short at the very last moment. There had never been a time where the murderous intent he felt towards Yang Kai had been so intense. Although Yang Kai had ruined his plans back at the Blood Lake, it had not affected the overall situation. He had managed to possess Zhou Yi's body and came back to life in the end. Unlike that time, though, there was no way to recover from this loss. A deep sense of regret filled Black Crow divine monarch's heart. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have slaughtered Yang Kai back at the Blood Lake. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to enter the blood monster divine palace. But it was too late for regrets now. Yang Kai stood up and wiped at the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips before letting out a wild, loud laugh. "Hey ya, let's see how you refine the blood monster divine palace now." Black Crow divine monarch's voice was low, but his entire body gave off a bone-chilling coldness. "Since I can't refine the blood monster divine palace, this monarch will refine you instead." Yang Kai's heart clenched. He knew that he had truly enraged Black Crow divine monarch by ruining his plans. "It looks like this guy is determined to kill me now." Before Black Crow divine monarch could do anything, though, a huge change suddenly occurred. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the blood monster divine palace, like distant thunder. Both Yang Kai and Black Crow divine monarch looked surprised. Releasing their divine senses, they examined their surroundings, and it didn't take long for their expressions to change drastically. That was because the blood monster divine palace was showing signs of collapse. The surrounding walls came crumbling down one after another, turning the structure into ruins. Similarly, the bedrooms and grand halls also came crashing down with a loud rumble. Yang Kai never imagined that destroying the artifact spirit would trigger a chain reaction of this scale. First, the grand array had broken apart, and now, even the blood monster divine palace would soon cease to exist. Regardless, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. His friends had been trapped inside that strange nothingness array and were unable to extricate themselves, So if the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, then they would regain their freedom. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai's figure flashed away as his voice lingered in the air. Hey ya, I'll spare your life today. I'll definitely kill you when we meet again. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow Yang Kai to escape though? He roared, don't even dream about escaping. His entire body shuddered for a moment and a blood cloud that blocked out the whole sky appeared. However, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was determined to flee, there was no way for Black Crow Divine Monarch to stop him without sealing the world in advance. Yang Kai vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood in response. The reason Yang Kai fled was not that he was afraid of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The old dog might be powerful, but he was not yet an open heaven realm master. If it came down to a fight, neither of them would come out unscathed. On the contrary, Yang Kai was thinking that the Blood Monster Divine Palace contained many treasures. Now that it was on the verge of collapse, he was anxious to do one last search to see if he could find anything else of value. He barely had any time to search though when the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace fell apart completely. One after another, numerous silhouettes suddenly appeared in the initial mountain valley, every one of them in a miserable state. All of these people had entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, but their situation was different from Yang Kai's. They had been trapped inside the world of white from the moment they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, unable to tell north from south or find an exit. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his Golden Crow's true fire and the guidance of a remnant soul. He helped to break free of that array, but the others had neither the strength or the luck to do so. It was not until this moment when the Blood Monster Divine Palace collapsed completely that they were freed. Looking around, there was no trace of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. All that remained in front of them was a huge ruin. Therefore, they couldn't help feeling shocked. Nobody knew what had happened earlier, but before they could recover from their shock, they heard a gloomy roar. Immediately after that, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Somebody shouted in horror, "It's the Star Turtle." The Seventh Order monster beast was still guarding the mountain valley. Having lost all his targets when all the cultivators fled into the Blood Monster Divine Palace previously, how could it hold back when it saw these people reappear? Countless rays of yellow light shot out like a storm of arrows, raining down on the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were caught off guard and nearly lost their lives as a result. The Star Turtle had previously been restrained thanks to the efforts of Yang Kai and his allies, not to mention that they had prepared themselves in advance. The current events had happened so abruptly though that none of them could stop the might of this Seventh Order monster beast. It didn't matter whether it was the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises or the cultivators from weaker forces. All of them quickly fled for their lives. Yang Kai was also flying away at the time when he spotted Chu Huasheng and Gu Pan. Each of them was fleeing in different directions. Zhang Ruo, she was following closely beside Gu Pan. It was likely that Gu Pan had located Zhang Ruo as soon as they were freed from the spirit array. Yang Kai was about to join up with them when a blood cloud appeared in front of him. The blood cloud morphed into Black Crow Divine Monarch's furious face, and his eyes searched the surroundings as his howls rang out endlessly, "Boy, show yourself." Persistent bastard. Yang Kai was a little annoyed. He knew that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not going to let him go this time, so he stopped trying to chase after Gu Pan and the others. Instead, he summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself, concealing himself in an instant. The Shadowless Veil was an absolutely invincible artifact in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible to trace by anybody below the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, much less Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was just a remnant soul that did not have such a powerful divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was considering if he should take the chance to launch a sneak attack on Black Crow Divine Monarch, the world rumbled. It was followed by a deafening sound. Large fissures suddenly appeared throughout the sky like ferocious and terrifying wounds. That was not all. Continuous rumbling sounds also came from the deep underground. Countless large ravines suddenly emerged, turning many places into canyons that were thousands of meters deep. The world split apart and rumbled violently. Cracks and ravines continued to extend outward while at the same time, more scars appeared in the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a moment. It took a long while for him to realize what was happening, but once he did, a bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "This is bad." He never imagined that the chain reaction from killing the artifact spirit was not over yet. It was not until this moment that the true extent of the consequences appeared. The entire blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Thinking about it again, this was not too surprising. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace in order to seize control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That meant that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, it made sense that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would also be affected. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been completely stable, it might not have been affected so badly. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was already showing signs of collapsing in recent years. The destruction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4294, Do You Want to Live? When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, there was only one entrance. That entrance had been firmly controlled by the major cave heavens and paradises. Only disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had the right to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to train, gain experience, and search for treasures. With the passage of time, though, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven became more and more unstable. There were signs that it was gradually merging with the Blood Monster territory. The most obvious sign was that more and more entrances were appearing. This was the result of both worlds colliding and coming into contact with each other. Consequently, it became difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain control over the entrances. Things gradually evolved into a situation similar to what happened when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven most recently opened. Everybody would each occupy a spot in the Blood Monster territory and wait for entrances to appear to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven's opening evolved into a huge event throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, drawing countless cultivators to this place. In any case, it was undeniable that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had become unstable. This was something Emo May and the others from Abundant City had also mentioned. One day, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would eventually merge with the Blood Monster territory and dissipate into it. When that happened, the universe Cave Heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be completely exposed to the outside world. The collapse of the Blood Monster Divine Palace had simply hastened the timeline. With the collapse of the world, a scene of the apocalypse approaching spread to all corners of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The world hummed continuously, as though crying. Countless monster beasts hiding in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fled for their lives in a panic. The native cultivators living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven looked up at the sky, ashen-faced with despair filling their souls. Their ancestors had been captured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, who then planted a blood principles restriction in them so that they could only live and breed inside his small universe. If not for the blood principles restriction, they would have been the happiest about the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was because they could finally be free of the restrictions of this world and head out into the vast 3,000 worlds instead. Unfortunately, they were trapped in this world and unable to leave because of the blood principles restriction in their bodies. Once they stopped receiving nourishment from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura, they would all die. In the mountain valley where the Blood Monster Divine Palace used to stand, Black Crow Divine Monarch rampaged around as a blood cloud to search for Yang Kai. Everywhere he went, he left a reign of terror in his wake. Countless cultivators had the vital essence of their bodies devoured by him and died on the spot. Yang Kai remained hidden for some time before he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help cursing aloud. Damn it. He originally wanted to remain hidden until the end, as once the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed completely, he would be able to escape from here and return to the Blood Monster territory. Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be able to continue to do as he pleased in the Blood Monster territory. He was cruel and ruthless. Moreover, he was an old monster from the distant past that came back to life through possession. The cave heavens and paradises would never let him walk free. It was not that they were allies of justice and wished to purge evil out of kindness. Rather, it was that an old monster like Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely have many valuable secrets on him. His strength was still rather low at the moment, so if they could capture him, then they could interrogate him for information and receive some benefits. At the very least, he knew the grand evolution immortal bloodlight. Such a heaven-defying secret art would surely tempt some people. However, Yang Kai suddenly recalled Emo Mei and the others in Abundant City. It was very safe for him to hide there, as with the shadowless veil concealing his body and his aura, Black Crow Divine Monarch would never be able to find him amidst all the surrounding chaos. However, wouldn't the people in Abundant City die if the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed completely? Earlier, Yang Kai even went out of his way to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch for the secret technique to remove the Blood Principles restriction. Didn't he do that so that he could help the people in Abundant City? Not only were they related to the proprietress, but Yang Kai also had his eye on their potential. It was almost certain that Emo Mei and the other great elders were existences who could advance into the open heaven realm as long as he could save them. They had lived their entire lives in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so they had no place to go even if they left this place. Therefore, it should not be a problem to take them into Voidland if he could save them. Voidland was currently in urgent need of open heaven realm masters, so Yang Kai could not let such a good opportunity pass him by. When that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't afford to be so cautious anymore. Doing his best to conceal his figure and his aura, Yang Kai hurried in the direction of Abundant City while secretly praying fervently in his heart. I hope the Blood Monster Cave Heaven doesn't collapse too quickly. At the very least, please wait until I finish removing the Blood Principles restriction from the people in Abundant City. After flying for some time, he finally stepped out of Black Crow Divine Monarch's detection range. Thus, he was no longer held back by any scruples and increased his speed to a whole other level. Manipulating space principles, his figure flickered again and again to reach Abundant City at a high speed. Humongous void cracks would appear in front of him from time to time. These were the signs the world was collapsing. Large tracts of land in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven vanished, flowing into these void cracks and disappearing. Under these circumstances, most people would have a hard time moving forward as they would be swallowed into the void cracks if they were not careful. Yang Kai could feel the aura of the Blood Monster territory coming from these void cracks. In other words, there was no danger even if a person was swallowed into them. The most likely scenario would simply be finding themselves back in the Blood Monster territory. After understanding this point, he felt slightly more at ease. It shouldn't be a problem for Accountant Lang Qingshan, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others to return to the Blood Monster territory safely. Thanks to his mastery of space principles, Yang Kai could detect the existence of these void cracks in advance. Hence, he was not greatly delayed in his travels. While moving forward, Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness and immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch. He had glanced through the contents of the jade slip earlier, and based on his foundation in the Bloodlight scripture thanks to the few chapters that he comprehended previously, he could basically confirm that the contents of the jade slip were real and this information could indeed remove the Blood Principles restriction. It was just that he had never used this secret technique before. Even though he was confident he could reach Abundant City in time, time would still be very tight. He needed to practice what he learned from the jade slip in advance. That was the only way he could rescue all the people in Abundant City in the shortest time possible. The collapse in the world was becoming more and more obvious, so there was a possibility that it would fall apart at any moment. Therefore, Yang Kai became anxious and desperately rushed towards Abundant City. It was just that there was still some distance to go. It would still take at least half a day before he could arrive, so all he could do was fervently pray that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would last for a little longer. 4 or 5 hours later, Yang Kai had already gone over the contents of the jade slip 100 times. He was very skillful in theory, so now he just needed practical experience to pull it off. At this moment, a panicked figure suddenly rushed in Yang Kai's direction like a headless fly. His figure floated about erratically, and his complexion was extremely pale. He was a young man in the half-step open heaven realm. It was just that the energy fluctuation coming from his body indicated that the order of the open heaven elements that he condensed was not very high. Yang Kai initially planned to ignore this person, but a sudden idea came to mind. With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai arrived next to that person and captured him. At the same time, he did not stop moving and continued to head towards Abundant City. The young man instinctively fought back after being caught so suddenly. However, the power that leaked out of Yang Kai's hand shocked him. He could tell that he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. So he wisely gave up struggling and simply looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Yang Kai asked, "Are you a cultivator born in the blood monster cave heaven?" "So what if I am?" The young man gritted his teeth. As expected, he is a native after all. Yang Kai did not waste any time and got straight to the point. "Do you want to live?" The young man was stunned as he thought to himself, "Isn't that a stupid question?" Still, he bitterly replied, "Who would want to die if they can live?" Yang Kai nodded. "Good. I want to perform an experiment on you. If it works, you'll survive. If it doesn't..." The young man sighed and gloomily said, "I don't know what you want to do, but you don't need to waste your energy. You're an outer world visitor, right? I'm afraid you don't know, but those who live in the blood monster cave heaven have a restriction placed on our bloodline. As long as this restriction exists, we can never leave the blood monster cave heaven. We will immediately explode and die without the nourishment of this world's aura. Now that the blood monster cave heaven is about to collapse, we can only wait for our deaths to come to us. I know about the blood principle's restriction. What I want to do is remove it." The young man was dumbfounded, but immediately after, his eyes lit up. "Do you have a way to remove the blood principle's restriction?" He originally thought that his only option was to wait for death. All the cultivators who lived in the blood monster cave heaven had heard from their elders that they would die alongside the blood monster cave heaven once this land ceased to exist. That was because the blood principle's restriction would immediately activate without the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura. When the changes in the world occurred and the apocalypse arrived, all the native cultivators living in the blood monster cave heaven suddenly realized that what their elders mentioned was about to come true. Unfortunately, all they could do was prolong their dying breath. When he had fled from his residence, he never imagined that he would encounter a person with the ability to remove the blood principle's restriction. It was only natural that he became overjoyed. "Yes, but I have no idea whether it will work." Yang Kai replied truthfully. He had never experimented with the secret technique in the Jade Slip after all. Only the heavens knew whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had done anything to the secret technique. Although the possibility was small, go ahead and try. "In the worst case, I'll just die if it doesn't work," the young man quickly said. He originally thought that there was no way to escape death. But now, a chance for survival had appeared in front of him. It was only natural that he firmly grasped this opportunity. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In that case, cooperate with me and don't resist." While speaking, Yang Kai cut his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He flicked his wrist, turning the drop of blood into blood mist. After that, he used one hand to guide the blood mist so that it formed into a mysterious seal. "Go." Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the seal against the young man's forehead. The seal sank into the young man's body and disappeared. The young man's body shuddered slightly. Then, an inexplicable look appeared in his eyes. "How is it?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. The young man smacked his lips. "I can't say for sure, but I feel a little more relaxed for some reason." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. A little more relaxed? If he can feel something, then it can only mean that the secret technique is working. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4295, Collapse of the Universe Cave Heaven. The young man said, "I can't confirm whether the blood principle's restriction has been removed or not. I will only know when this place collapses completely." If he was not dead when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, then that would mean he no longer needed the nourishment of this world's aura. It would also mean that Yang Kai's methods had worked. There's no need to go to such trouble. I'll send you somewhere. How could Yang Kai possibly wait until the blood monster cave heaven collapsed? It would be too late by then. He tossed the young man in his grasp into the small sealed world while speaking. At the same time, he paid close attention to the young man's condition. It was not as if he had never thought of hiding the people from Abundant City in the small sealed world to bring them out of the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that the limitations of the blood principle's restriction had ruined his plans. The small sealed world was an independent world, so without removing the blood principle's restriction, rashly sending Imo Mei and the others into the small sealed world was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. At this moment, the success of the secret technique recorded in the Jade Slip obtained from Black Crow Divine Monarch depended entirely on the young man's survival. Under Yang Kai's careful watch, the young man entered the small sealed world and looked around his surroundings in confusion, not feeling uncomfortable in any way. After a while, he seemed to realize what had happened and threw his head back to release something that seemed to be a mixture of a roar and laughter. The excitement and joy in his heart could not be expressed. He initially thought that he had no other option aside from death. Unexpectedly, he encountered a person who helped him remove the blood principle's restriction and sent him to an unfamiliar world. Although he had no idea what kind of world this was, at least he no longer needed to worry about dying. The feeling of waiting helplessly for his death was not something he ever wanted to experience again. Yang Kai let out a small breath of relief. It would now seem that the Jade Slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch was real. The secret technique recorded inside had not been falsified. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The situation had been very urgent at the time, so Black Crow Divine Monarch had no time to do anything after he came up with his request. It was one thing if he was completely clueless about the Bloodlight Scripture. However, Yang Kai had comprehended several chapters of the Bloodlight Scripture. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had falsified the information, there was a chance Yang Kai might have noticed something. Besides, this secret technique was unrelated to the core secret art of the Bloodlight Scripture, so Black Crow Divine Monarch was more than happy to oblige. Now that it had been proven that the secret technique worked, all that was left was whether or not Yang Kai could arrive at Abundant City before the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. In addition to his joy, though, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. The residents in Abundant City were neither too many nor too few, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 in total. It would take a lot of time for him to remove the blood principle's restriction from so many people. Clearly, he would not be able to rescue everybody. Still, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flashed erratically. The shaking in the world had gotten worse, and the world principles in the blood monster cave heaven were showing signs of shattering. He became extremely anxious. Even though he was traveling very quickly, it had taken him half a day's time before he could see the lake where Abundant City was located in the distance. At this moment, the spirit array outside Abundant City had been destroyed due to the changes in the blood monster cave heaven. In the first place, the lake was a product formed from an illusion array, not a real existence. At this moment, it had become heavily distorted, and Yang Kai could vaguely see the cultivators of Abundant City fleeing in a panic through the spirit array's disguise. Just before he arrived at Abundant City, an incomparably large ravine suddenly appeared outside Abundant City. It was immediately followed by the appearance of another void crack in the sky, as though the sky had been torn apart. Abundant City, along with several hundred kilometers of land in the surrounding areas, were swallowed up by the void crack and vanished in an instant. Screams rang out from all over Abundant City, and many of the cultivators turned pale with fear as they stood absolutely petrified. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. Despite his rush, he was still one step too late. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. His figure shifted, and he rushed straight into the void crack. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but he ignored it. His divine sense was fixed firmly upon the land where Abundant City was located as he hurriedly gave chase. The blood monster territory was a vast and desolate void. It was one of the few great territories without any great forces or even living creatures. The blood monster territory was originally no different from other great territories with several great forces and many universe worlds. However, things changed because of the entrances of the blood monster cave heaven that would appear at random all over the blood monster territory. These entrances eventually resulted in the instability and collapse of the universe worlds, as well as the destruction of the spirit provinces. Thus, this great territory became dead and silent over time. Only when the blood monster cave heaven opened would it become extremely lively once more. At present, countless cultivators were gathered on top of a large platform in the middle of the blood monster territory. There were as many open heaven realm masters here as the hairs on an ox, including many in the mid-rank. It was unknown which senior expert had brought out the platform, but it had become the base of many cultivators. These open heaven realm masters had led their disciples here to participate in the blood monster cave heaven, and after their disciples had entered, there was no reason for them to wait around doing nothing. Hence, they gathered here, and this place became a kind of shopping district. With so many open heaven realm masters gathered together, meeting up with friends or holding an exchange meeting was a great way to pass the time. They might even obtain some unexpected benefits in this place. At this moment, all the cultivators in the shopping district were staring at the void around them in shock. Half a day ago, some unusual changes seemed to have taken place in the blood monster territory. It started out with frequent space fluctuations, followed by the emergence of large void cracks. Many people could even see the situation inside the blood monster cave heaven through these void cracks. "Proprietress, what's going on?" Bai Chi asked with a frown while looking at the void crack located 1,000 kilometers away. The proprietress' expression was unbelievably solemn as she observed the situation for a while before shaking her head. "I'm not sure. But something seems to have happened in the blood monster cave heaven." Yuhi suddenly became nervous. Something happened in the blood monster cave heaven? What will happen to the young master? The proprietress remained silent. Yang Kai, chef, accountant, and the others were all in the blood monster cave heaven. Even so, nobody knew what the situation was like inside. Judging by the situation in front of them, though, something major had happened. After pondering in silence for some time, the proprietress took out several communication beads and sent out various messages to inquire about the situation. A figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed beside her. It was the man with a crown on his head from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, Guanu. He asked, "Junior Sister Lan, do you know what happened?" She glanced sidelong at him and sneered. "How would I know when even Xian Yuan Cave Heaven doesn't know?" Still, he shook his head. First in is renowned for its intelligence-gathering abilities. "Did you not hear anything about this?" The proprietress might be annoyed with him, but she was in no mood to argue at the moment. Hence, she simply shook her head in response. "This happened too suddenly. I have not received any news." "What's wrong? Are you worried about your treasured apprentice?" "That kid might have good aptitude, but he does not have much experience with worldly affairs. It's inevitable that I will worry about him." Guanu sighed. In this field, it was not easy to find a disciple suitable to inherit his mantle. It was only natural that he regarded his disciple like a treasure. Bai Chi asked, "Proprietress, could it be that the blood monster cave heaven is about to close?" Guanu shook his head. The closing of the blood monster cave heaven would not have created such a huge commotion. The current situation seems a bit more like... "Like what?" Bai Chi asked. Guanu said nothing. He simply glanced at the proprietress, who solemnly spoke. "It looks like the blood monster cave heaven is collapsing." Bai Chi jumped in fright and exclaimed in shock, "The blood monster cave heaven is collapsing? Why so suddenly?" Although everybody knew that the blood monster cave heaven would collapse and merge completely with the blood monster territory one day, that was something far in the future. Anybody would be surprised to be faced with this situation so suddenly. "Something is coming out." Yuhi suddenly pointed at one of the void cracks in front. The words had only just left her mouth when they saw numerous figures rushing out of the void crack. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be monster beasts. Guanu reached out a hand and grabbed at the void. Even though it didn't look like he had moved, a monster beast suddenly appeared in his grip. He gave a slight shake, and the monster beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All that remained was a monster core in his hand, a fifth-order water element monster core. This monster beast came from the blood monster cave heaven. Even the monster beasts had come rushing out of the blood monster cave heaven, which was a clear indication that the blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Not far behind these monster beasts, a huge mountain came floating out of the void crack. Monster beasts fled from the mountain peak, leaving several trembling people behind. Inside the shopping district, a certain master turned into a giant and rushed into the mountain peak to bring those cultivators back to the shopping district. What happened inside the blood monster cave heaven? Somebody asked. Those cultivators were only in the Emperor realm, with the strongest among them being just half-step open heaven realm juniors. Therefore, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a huge group of open heaven realm masters. At this moment, a fourth order open heaven realm master squeezed out of the crowd and cupped his fists in all directions. Sirs, please wait a moment. These are the disciples of my heavenly crane palace. The open heaven realm master who brought them back said, "Don't worry. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask a few questions." The fourth order open heaven realm master wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke to those young cultivators. "Answer any questions that these seniors may ask. Don't hide anything." Heavenly Crane Palace was just a second-class great force. Furthermore, it was somewhat weak even among the second class. How could this man dare to be impolite in front of these masters from the various cave heavens and paradises? The disciples calmed down upon seeing an elder from their sect. Thus, the leading disciple took a breath and said, "This disciple has no idea what happened either. We were hunting a fifth-order monster beast when the world suddenly began breaking apart without warning. Then, we found ourselves here for some reason." Another disciple added, "Countless void cracks appeared in the sky of the blood monster cave heaven. Numerous ravines also split the ground open. It was like the blood monster cave heaven was about to be destroyed." Many of the open heaven realm masters turned solemn at those words. How could they not know that the blood monster cave heaven was truly about to fall apart? Judging from the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven would not mean its exile to the void, but rather its dispersion into the blood monster territory. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4296, Time Waits for No One. Many open heaven realm masters stood on the platform with different expressions on their faces. Some were worried while others were excited. They were worried about the safety of their disciples. Judging by the current situation, the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven was inevitable. The vast blood monster cave heaven was bound to break apart and become countless pieces scattered across the blood monster territory. It was an unknown factor as to whether their disciples could return safely. After all, they would be lost forever if they got trapped inside the void cracks. On the other hand, some were excited that open heaven realm masters like themselves would finally have the qualifications to participate. Throughout the ages, whenever the blood monster cave heaven opened, the responsibilities of the open heaven realm masters had always been to escort their respective disciples to the blood monster territory, quietly wait for the blood monster cave heaven to close, and bring their disciples back to the sect. There were many valuable treasures inside the blood monster cave heaven that made their eyes turn green with envy. Unfortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. With restrictions in place, there was no way for them to enter. If the blood monster cave heaven really were to collapse and countless parts were to merge with the blood monster territory, then they could go around searching for the various treasures that came from the blood monster cave heaven. If nothing else, even obtaining a high-order monster beast core would earn them a fortune. After recovering from their shock, many of the open heaven realm masters immediately flew off, heading straight for the depths of the blood monster territory to search for opportunities. In this short span of time, countless humongous void cracks had appeared throughout the entire blood monster territory. Moreover, enormous spirit peaks and vast spirit provinces had appeared out of the void cracks. They quietly floated in the void of the blood monster territory, adding some life to this dead and silent space. Soon, there were open heaven realm masters swarming all over every spirit peak and spirit province in search of treasure. Those who found anything valuable were few and far between. The blood monster cave heaven had been opened so many times before after all, so most of the valuable treasures had already been taken away. Of course, there were also some lucky enough to find invaluable treasures as soon as they arrived. Be that as it may, those open heaven realm masters who landed on the spirit provinces also revealed looks of great jubilation despite not finding anything valuable. Somebody exclaimed in amazement, "Such dense world force!" The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only natural that the world force it contained was extraordinary. The most basic method for cultivators in the Open Heaven realm to strengthen their power was to enhance the world force of their small universe. Therefore, any Open Heaven Realm Master would benefit greatly if they could refine the world force from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that cultivators would need to have great compatibility between their own small universes and the world force in order for them to refine a world force that did not belong to them. Take old ancestor Mou, for example. The reason he had his eyes on the demon realm and tried to conquer it was that the demon realm's aura was highly compatible with his small universe. Not only would he not suffer major drawbacks after refining the demon realm, but he would also recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation in a very short time. On the other hand, if their compatibility was low, there were heavy repercussions that could result in one's own world force becoming unstable or even damage being done to the foundation of their small universe. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a great event that swept across the entire 3,000 worlds, so there was no shortage of cultivators who came here. As such, there were bound to be some people who met the refining conditions. These people were absolutely overjoyed. Landing on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces, they quickly used various means to collect them into their respective small universes to slowly refine at a later date. Even though most people did not meet the refining conditions, there was no reason for them to pass up on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven either. If they brought these spirit peaks and spirit provinces back to their sects, the world force contained within could greatly enhance the heritage of their respective sects. For that reason, many battles over the spirit peaks and spirit provinces broke out across the Blood Monster territory in a very short period of time. The Open Heaven Realm Masters fought viciously among themselves, and some of them would die from time to time. Even the proprietress and the others joined in the fight. They collected several spirit provinces into their respective small universes and placed a seal on them for later use. The small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters would only turn from ethereal to corporeal when they advance into the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. At that point, their small universes would be no different from actual universe worlds and could even accommodate living creatures in them. Even so, the small universes of mid-rank and low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not mere decorations either. Back when Yang Kai first entered the outer universe, he had been lured into Duan Hai's small universe. Duan Hai was the fire spirit land protector venerable of Seven Wonders Land, but he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. It could be seen that even the small universes of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could accommodate living creatures as long as certain conditions were met and techniques were used. The only difference was that their heritage was not as majestic as a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe. The proprietress and the others had spread out to search for the traces of Yang Kai and the others as at present. The Blood Monster territory was in chaos. Yang Kai and the others were not yet in the Open Heaven Realm, so they had no means to protect themselves if they encountered danger. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster territory was a great territory, so it was incredibly vast. Even if they split up their forces to search, it was difficult for them to obtain results in short order. As such, they could only spread the news around in hopes of contacting Yang Kai and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai burst out of the void crack in pursuit of the spirit province. When he abruptly found himself in a vast and dead environment, he immediately realized that he had returned to the Blood Monster territory. Not far away, a large spirit province floated in the void. All the cultivators in Abundance City stood on the spirit province, looking very uneasy. They might not know what had happened, but they had witnessed the sudden collapse of the world around Abundance City. Looking around, they found that they were currently in a completely unfamiliar environment. Numerous spirit provinces not inferior to the one Abundance City sat on floated about in the void. The world force was beginning to dissipate, and the aura of the Blood Monster cave heaven gradually weakened as a result. When the aura of the blood monster cave heaven completely dissipated, the blood principle's restriction in their bodies would immediately burst out. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Inside the city lord's mansion, Mo Mei and the great elders stood side by side. They looked out at the chaotic abundance city and gave a small sigh. Despite having always known that such a day would eventually come, it was not until that day actually arrived that they realized how weak and powerless they were. Everyone, do you have any last wishes? Mo Mei was slightly ashen-faced, but her tone was calm. She could be considered a person who had weathered many storms in her life, so her mentality was stronger than most. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a woman to take up the city lord's position. Although what was happening before her was literally a world-ending disaster, it was not enough to cause her to panic. Thanks to her influence, the great elders also became much calmer as a result. Pang Duo spoke after some thought. I still want to go and see what the world outside looks like. Unfortunately, we will never get this chance. Gong Yang, she stroked his beard and smiled. This old master has lived a long time. I don't really have any regrets. Jin Yuanlang said, I kind of want to know what the open heaven realm is like. It's a pity we could not advance any further in the blood monster cave heaven. Mu Qianxian laughed softly. Big brother Yuanlang, do you want to try advancing into the open heaven realm right now? His expression changed upon hearing those words. What she mentioned was correct. They had already finished condensing their yin, yang, and 5 element powers. It was just that they had always been stuck inside the blood monster cave heaven, so they could not advance into the open heaven realm. Now that they had broken free of the blood monster cave heaven's limitations, they could advance into the open heaven realm as long as they were willing. However, he soon shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's too late. Even though he had never tried to break through before, he knew that advancing into the open heaven realm was not such an easy matter. He would almost certainly explode and die from the activation of the blood principle's restriction before he could finish preparing himself for the advancement. Mo Mei suddenly bowed elegantly. This mistress is honored to have received your help all these years. Many thanks for all your hard work. Everybody quickly turned towards her while Pang Duo spoke. You are far too polite, City Lord. We were only performing our duties. Rather, it is your dedication to Abundant City that I highly admire, City Lord. Mo Mei smiled. It's not that bad to have your company on the road to the Yellow Springs. He laughed loudly. Let us build another Abundant City when we arrive in the next world. We will behead anybody who dares to look down on us. The others roared their agreement. What are you talking about so happily? A voice entered their ears suddenly, and in the next moment, their vision blurred slightly as a figure abruptly appeared in front of them. They jumped in fright, and Pang Duo even took a few steps back without realizing. After taking a good look at the newcomer, though, he exclaimed in astonishment, Yang Kai? Why did you come back? Yang Kai smiled. Of course, it's to fulfill my promise. Mo Mei was puzzled. Promise? Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and joy, Did you find a way to remove the blood principle's restriction? When Yang Kai left earlier, he had mentioned that there was somebody who could remove the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. He also promised that he would do his best to obtain that method. Even so, it had not been long since he left. Despite asking that question, Mo Mei had only asked out of a small sliver of hope. She did not actually believe that he had succeeded. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. I obtained the necessary secret technique. I can help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies so that you will never be bound by the blood monster cave heaven again. Gong Yang, she accidentally tore out his beard hairs as his eyes widened when he heard those words and shouted, Are you serious? Likewise, Mu Qianxian's eyes gleamed. Yang Kai, you better not be lying to us. Yang Kai replied seriously, Of course I wouldn't lie to you. I've already experimented on the way here. The secret technique works. Pang Duo was taken aback for a moment, before he burst out laughing. There's always a way out. The heavens have eyes after all. Ha 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 ha. Yongkai raised a hand to interrupt. Don't get so happy just yet. There's still a difficult problem to solve first. Emome seriously asked, what is it? Can we help? If so, then please speak freely. Yongkai swept his gaze over them and answered in a troubled voice, there are too many people in Abundance City. Using the secret technique depletes my strength. If I do this one at a time, I'm worried that the world force here will dissipate completely before I can remove the blood principles restriction from everybody. There were some 4,000 or so people in the city, so Yongkai estimated it would take him at least 1 month to finish lifting the restriction from all of them. However, the cultivators in Abundance City would lose the nourishment of the blood monster cave heaven's aura when the world force in this place fully dispersed. The only reason they were safe and sound at the moment was that Abundance City was located on a rather large spirit province. Hence, some of the blood monster cave heaven's aura still remained. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4297, Collecting a Spirit Province. Yongkai's meaning could not be any clearer. Time waited for no man. When Emome heard those words, her expression became grim. If that were the case, she would be stuck with the extremely unenviable problem of choosing who to save and who not to save. Having served as the city lord for so many years, she knew every single person in the city personally, from the oldest man to the youngest child. All these faces floated in front of her eyes. It would be extremely cruel if she had to choose a person's death in exchange for another person's survival at a time like this. Fortunately, Yongkai continued, there is another possibility, but it will be a gamble. If it works, then everybody in Abundance City will be saved. If it fails, well, we'll discuss that when that happens. Emome immediately asked, what's the gamble? Yongkai explained, I have an independent world. I can collect this piece of land into that independent world and use certain means to lock the world force in place. It's just that I'm not certain whether I can maintain and preserve the unique world force in this land for long. If he could preserve the world force for an extended period of time, then the aura of the blood monster cave heaven would not dissipate so quickly and the blood principles restriction in their bodies would not be triggered. In that way, he could slowly set everyone free. On the other hand, this method would be useless if he could not preserve the world force for long enough. Emome's eyes lit up at those words and she immediately agreed. If you have a method like that, then please perform it as quickly as possible, Sir Yang. Nodding, Yongkai requested, please wait for a moment. I also need you to tell everyone in the city not to resist what happens next. He was quite certain that it would not be difficult for him to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. After all, his current spiritual energy was extraordinary. The main issue was that there were so many strong cultivators in the city as well. If anybody were to resist, it would add great strain to the load, especially at a time like this where all the cultivators in Abundance City were already on edge. The slightest disturbance could send them into a panic, so it was crucial that they cooperated with him. Emome and the other great elders quickly relayed orders to the people. While comforting and reassuring everyone, they explained the current situation and told them not to resist under any circumstances. The cultivators in Abundance City slowly calmed down and soon there was not a single sound in the entire city, only their uneven breathing and the sound of pounding hearts remained. Floating in the void above the spirit province where Abundance City was located, Yongkai spread his divine sense into the surroundings to cover every corner of the floating piece of land. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, it was not until he actually attempted it that he discovered his initial assumption was far too naive. Even if his divine sense was incredibly powerful, his spiritual energy was gushing out like a waterfall at this moment. It didn't take long before his knowledge sea was almost drained dry. If not for the soul-warming lotus continuous nourishment, he would probably be a dry oil lamp before he could even take action. At times like this, Yongkai couldn't help missing the aspect of the sealed world bead that could transform into Gun. After all, Gun had even devoured the entire demon realm. Everybody watched Yongkai nervously only to see that his complexion was pale and his body was trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they could sense his overwhelming divine sense that was madly spreading out into the surroundings like a tidal wave. Emome and the others were shocked by the sight. Restrained by the limitations in the blood monster cave heaven, they could only linger in the Emperor realm for their entire lives. For that reason, their accumulation and precipitation in this realm were by no means comparable to most other cultivators. Be it in terms of the purity and density of their Emperor Chi or their mastery of their spiritual energy, it was rare for outer world cultivators to match up to them. However, it was not until they compared themselves with Yang Kai that they understood their ignorance. Just in terms of spiritual energy alone, comparing themselves to him was like comparing a creek to the vast ocean. A whole incense stick later, Yang Kai finally felt his divine sense wrapping around the spirit province without leaving out a single gap. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, jerked open abruptly and he roared, "Receive." The boundary of the small sealed world opened and space principles fluctuated violently and the spirit province became distorted. A series of ripples spread across the surface, then the spirit province suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai exhaled softly in relief. Taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth and flashed into the small sealed world at the same time. A large spirit province suddenly appeared in the small sealed world, its world force clashing with the ambient world force, causing the blood monster cave heaven's aura to dissipate rapidly. There was no time to rest as Yang Kai hurriedly communicated with the sealed world bead to seal the space around the new spirit province, preventing its world force and the blood monster cave heaven's aura from dissipating. After working so hard, Yang Kai was so tired that he could see stars dancing in his vision. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying despite the huge effort required. The world force of the spirit province that Abundant City was located on finally stopped dissipating. The preservation of the world force meant that the blood monster cave heaven's aura would not disappear. Hence, the Abundant City cultivators had no need to fear or worry about the blood principle's restriction being activated. It would seem that Yang Kai's idea was feasible. A wave of relief washed over him after confirming this fact. Then, he informed Imo Mei and the others about the results. Likewise, they also let out a deep sigh of relief. City Lord Imo, now is not the time for me to perform the secret technique. I'll come to help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies when I've settled down in a safe place, Yang Kai said. The blood monster territory was in chaos at the moment, so even if he wanted to help them, it was impossible for him to do so immediately. Imome bowed. Please take care of your matters first, Sir Yang. This mistress will manage Abundance City. Abundance City is greatly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir. Pang Duo and the others solemnly cupped their fists. Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai returned the gesture and slipped out of the small sealed world. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. He stayed there and took a short rest. All of a sudden, his eyes flickered. He had just noticed something rather interesting. When he was collecting the spirit province where Abundant City was located into the small sealed world, the small sealed world had absorbed the world force that dissipated from the spirit province. Upon further consideration, he realized that it was nothing to be surprised about. Back when he killed some mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Voidland, the small universes in their bodies had collapsed upon their deaths. Accordingly, a portion of the world force that dissipated and filled Voidland had been absorbed by Voidland to enhance its heritage. It was said that the masters of various cave heavens and paradises would choose to return to their respective sects when their predestined time of death was approaching. When the small universe in their bodies collapsed, their world force would enhance their sect's heritage. In that way, the world force of those cave heavens and paradises became incredibly dense and rich with the accumulation of many years. That was also how they grew to their current scale and power. Being an independent world, it was only natural that the small sealed world could devour and absorb world force from external sources to strengthen itself. Yang Kai suddenly regretted it a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have tossed the corpses of those open heaven realm masters I killed into the small sealed world. That way, the small sealed world could have absorbed the world force from their small universes. Nevertheless, it was not too late to understand this now. He might not be able to kill any open heaven realm masters at the moment, but there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed to form countless spirit provinces scattered across the blood monster territory. These were all unowned property. If Yonkai could collect some of them into the small sealed world, the small sealed world would surely be greatly enhanced as a result. In the past, a bold idea had unintentionally formed in his heart. This idea was closely related to the small sealed world. If the small sealed world could become stronger, then it would only benefit him even more when his idea came to fruition. All of a sudden, Yonkai felt that the destruction of the blood monster cave heaven might not be such a bad thing for him after all. How else could he have obtained an opportunity like this? After a short rest, Yonkai immediately rushed in the direction of a nearby spirit province. At present, there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. They practically filled the entire blood monster territory, so he could easily find one or two without putting in much effort. It was just that this particular spirit province did not contain any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. It didn't even contain the slightest hint of life. Not to mention, it seemed significantly smaller than the spirit province with Abundant City. Yonkai spent a lot of effort to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world, but fortunately, there was no need to preserve the world force of this place, so he simply allowed it to freely dissipate and add to the small sealed world's heritage. After 2 previous experiences, Yonkai was becoming more and more skillful. He collected spirit province after spirit province into the small sealed world. Around half a day later, Yonkai suddenly realized that he was not the only one doing this. Many other Open Heaven Realm Masters were also doing this. It would seem that he was not the only one to realize that these spirit provinces contained great benefits. Thinking about it again, it was not that strange. The Open Heaven Realm Masters here were not stupid, so how could they ignore the benefits in front of them? This was the world force of a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. As things stand, I have to move faster. The blood monster cave heaven was vast, so it broke into countless spirit provinces after its collapse. Even so, these spirit provinces could not last long with so many people gathering them. It was conceivable that the entire blood monster cave heaven would be divided up among the Open Heaven Realm Masters and cease to exist before long. Unwilling to compete with the Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yonkai found a relatively remote area and rushed in that direction. The truth was that he still held a glimmer of hope that he would come across a city similar to Abundant City. There should be many native cultivators within the blood monster cave heaven. If he could rescue them at a time like this, they would surely bring great benefits to Voidland in the future. Unfortunately, he collected some spirit provinces along the way but did not encounter any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. Yonkai couldn't help sighing slightly, knowing that these native cultivators would not meet a good end. The other Open Heaven Realm Masters had no way to remove the Blood Principle's restriction even if they collected the spirit provinces that had native cultivators inhabiting them. All that awaited these native cultivators was death. With the passing of time, Yonkai noticed that the world force contained in the spirit provinces that he collected into the small sealed world was getting weaker and weaker. It was understandable. After all, the world force contained in the spirit provinces would slowly dissipate as they drifted about in the void. In the end, these spirit provinces would all turn into dead land. At one point, Yonkai was floating in the sky above a certain spirit province located several hundred meters away. Opening the boundaries of the small sealed world, his divine sense surged as he made a move to collect the spirit province. However, a violent aura erupted from the depths of the spirit province at that moment and smashed his divine sense to pieces in an instant. Not only did Yonkai fail in his endeavor, but he also received some backlash from this encounter. For a moment, he was so dizzy that stars danced in his vision. Yonkai was extremely shocked. He had checked the spirit province just now and found no traces of life. So where did this violent burst of aura come from? Martial Peak, Chapter 4298, A Gently Pointing Finger. This aura was clearly hidden somewhere in the spirit province. It was only exposed because Yonkai's actions had disturbed it. Not to mention, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had encountered it before. before he could figure out the answer. An enormous figure emanating a sharp and overwhelming monster chi burst out of the spirit province. In addition, the figure was covered in dazzling golden light. Yang Kai took a good look and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden Wolf King. No wonder I found the aura familiar. I've actually met this fellow before." When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were being hunted down by Yin Xian Zhao, he had accidentally stumbled upon a battle between two peak 6th Order monster beasts. One of them was Golden Gorilla King, while the other was a Golden Wolf King. Those two monster beasts were very powerful. At the time, the fight was evenly matched and both parties ended up wounded as a result. It was with the borrowed strength of these two monster beasts that Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of Yin Xian Zhao and the others. He later arrived at Abundant City. During Yang Kai's stay in Abundant City, Golden Gorilla King had taken advantage of the time when the barrier over the city had been torn open by Tan Luoxing to enter and wreak great havoc. In the end, Yang Kai fought him and managed to force him back. According to the explanation from Mo Mei and the others, Golden Gorilla King was a 6th Order monster beast that they supported. He also helped Abundant City out of trouble several times in the past. For that reason, Mo Mei pleaded on his behalf after Yang Kai severely injured him. Thus, Yang Kai allowed him to go free. Yang Kai never expected to meet the Golden Wolf King in this broken spirit province after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He gnashed his teeth wondering just how unlucky he could be. It was clear that the intense battle between the Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King had left both parties heavily injured. Therefore, they had both been treating their wounds and hiding. Yang Kai's actions just now must have disturbed the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King were both peak 6th Order monster beasts, and the grudge between them was not something that was just 1 or 2 days old. They were both metal element monster beasts, so both of them were coveting each other's monster core. When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang encountered these two monster beasts during their escape, both had been covered in serious wounds. Some of these injuries were fresh while others were fully healed. It could be seen that they had fought each other numerous times. It was just that they were so evenly matched that neither could finish the other. Upon meeting the Golden Wolf King again, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's wounds from earlier had not healed. Furthermore, new wounds had been added into the mix. The flesh around those bloody wounds squirmed, looking extremely disturbing. In other words, the Golden Wolf King was currently in extremely poor condition. Yang Kai was capable of pushing back the heavily injured Golden Gorilla King even when he himself was not fully healed. Therefore, he was not afraid of the Golden Wolf King in the slightest. As such, he immediately raised the spear in his hand. A furious roar reverberated through the air, and the golden light around the Golden Wolf King's body shone out brightly. He swiftly moved about on all fours and arrived within several dozen meters of Yang Kai in an instant, opening his large and bloody mouth as he bit at him. An overwhelming aura loomed over Yang Kai from above. He could even smell the nauseating stench coming from the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Just as he was about to engage in battle against the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly became shocked and hastily retreated with a kick of his foot. That was because he discovered that the Golden Wolf King was not in the 6th Order anymore. The entire body of the Golden Wolf King was radiating with the aura of a 7th Order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not encountered the Star Turtle previously, he might not have been able to judge this accurately. Fortunately, he had fought a great battle against the Star Turtle not long ago. The ferocity of a 7th Order monster beast was still fresh in his mind. That was why the realization struck him immediately the moment the Golden Wolf King attacked. This was not the 6th Order monster beast that he knew. It was a 7th Order monster beast. Is it a different Golden Wolf King? That can't be. This is the same monster beast I met previously. The wounds on his body look very familiar. But I'm certain it was only at the peak of the 6th Order when I last saw it. How did it advance into the 7th Order? Looking at the wounds on the Golden Wolf King, Yang Kai immediately understood. This guy probably killed Golden Gorilla King and devoured the latter's monster core. That's why he advanced into the 7th Order. Both the monster beasts had been at the peak of the 6th Order, so no matter who killed whom, the surviving party would definitely be able to break through because they were only one step away from the 7th Order. It was impossible for them to remain stagnant at their previous level after devouring the monster core of another monster beast at the peak of the 6th order. Under normal circumstances, these two monster beasts would have been evenly matched. However, Golden Gorilla King had been badly beaten by Yongkai in Abundant City, causing his already serious injuries to worsen. The Golden Wolf King must have taken that opportunity to kill his longtime enemy. Yongkai could almost imagine the scenario. The Golden Wolf King had been silently stalking Golden Gorilla King and waiting for a chance to finish him off after he invaded Abundant City. After Golden Gorilla King was driven away by Yongkai and went into hiding to quietly lick his wounds, the Golden Wolf King finally made his move and dealt the finishing blow. The Golden Wolf King managed to kill Golden Gorilla King, devour his opponent's monster core, and advance into the 7th order. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for his success. That much was evident from the fresh injuries all over his body. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yongkai's mind. Although he could not prove his conjectures, he was certain that his guesses were not too far from the truth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a mixture of fear and joy upon learning that the Golden Wolf King was now a 7th-order monster beast. He was apprehensive towards the terrifying might of a 7th-order monster beast. After all, he had a previous experience with the power of the Star Turtle. Even though so many people had joined forces, they failed to harm the Star Turtle in any meaningful way. The defenses of an Earth attribute monster beast were already extraordinary, so nothing need be said about one that was in the 7th order. On the other hand, Yongkai was happy because the Golden Wolf King's body currently contained a 7th-order metal element monster core. Why did he enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven in the first place? Wasn't it because he was searching for metal and yin element cultivation resources? Out of all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yongkai only needed 2 more. Once he gathered all of them, he would be able to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Only then would he finally have the qualifications to face all sorts of dangers and create a place for himself in the vast 3,000 worlds for himself. Do I fight or flee? Yongkai only hesitated for a moment before he reached a decision. The Golden Wolf King might be a 7th-order monster beast, but it had not been long since it broke through. Besides, its injuries had yet to heal. Why else would it be hiding here instead of leaving when such a huge disaster had befallen the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? In other words, it was hard to say whether it could fully exert the strength of a 7th-order monster beast. More importantly, Yongkai had no idea when he might come across another 7th-order metal element treasure if he passed up on this opportunity. Kill. Yongkai held his spear horizontally by his side. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Wolf King who was charging at him fiercely. While drifting backwards continuously, he gripped the divine ability bead that the proprietress had given to him in his other hand. He had always been reluctant to use this divine ability bead. Even when facing Black Crow Divine Monarch or the Star Turtle, Yongkai had reserved the use of this divine ability bead. However, this was related to a 7th-order metal element monster core. He could not afford to hold back or delay. After Yongkai poured his strength into the divine ability bead without restraint, the proprietress' familiar aura permeated from the inconspicuous divine ability bead. The Golden Wolf King was charging straight at Yongkai when it seemed to detect a great crisis. Its enormous figure halted abruptly in the void, and its strangely humanized eyes revealed uncertainty. In the next moment, it turned and fled. It was also at this moment that the divine ability bead in Yongkai's hand shone brightly. A slender jade finger suddenly appeared and gently pointed forward. That movement was absolutely gentle and did not carry the slightest hint of aggression. It was almost as if it was a flirtatious act between lovers, stirring up faint ripples in one's heart. However, this gentle movement contained an extremely horrifying power. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. It seemed as though even a universe world would shatter to pieces if it stood before that finger. The slender jade finger pressed down in the direction that the Golden Wolf King was fleeing. The Golden Wolf King clearly noticed that it was in a dangerous situation. Thus, its figure moved about erratically in an effort to dodge. A short while later, the jade finger vanished out of sight. On the other hand, The Golden Wolf King had already fled several hundreds of kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood frozen on the spot in shock. He was feeling slightly dumbfounded. Is that all? Nothing dramatic had happened. The divine ability didn't seem to have done anything to the Golden Wolf King either. When he first felt the power contained within that finger, Yang Kai wondered whether it could even kill a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Contrary to his expectations, the results were completely unexpected. That can't be right. Proprietress spent so much energy to refine that divine ability bead. It's impossible for it to be useless. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly chased after the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King who had fled forward suddenly howled in agony. It stumbled and collapsed in the void, blood mist violently gushing out of all the pores on its body. Even the golden light around it dimmed in an instant. The damage caused by that gentle finger might not be apparent from the outside, but it was clearly effective on the inside. Before the Golden Wolf King could get up once more, Yang Kai swooped in and fiercely thrust his spear out. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the Golden Wolf King tried hard to avoid the blow, this spear stabbed straight into its eye socket and caused it to burst. If the Golden Wolf King had not shifted his head away at the last moment, Yang Kai was certain he could have killed his opponent in one move. The pain made the Golden Wolf King howl again. The golden light around its body fluctuated, and a beam of light aggressively shot out from its mouth, aiming directly at Yang Kai. The destructive power was extremely high. Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate this attack and dodged aside. Surging his space principles, his figure floated about erratically as he rained down spear attacks on the Golden Wolf King like a storm. An endless wave of stabbing sounds sliced through the air as the Azure Dragon's spear pierced again and again. Although Yang Kai had experienced some setbacks in his battle against the Star Turtle, that was mainly because the Star Turtle's defenses were beyond terrifying. The Golden Wolf King might also be a 7th-order monster beast, but it had only just finished its advancement and was also heavily injured. More importantly, the metal element was specialized in attacking, not defending. Therefore, countless new wounds were added to the Golden Wolf King's body in the blink of an eye, constantly drawing blood. Yang Kai swung his spear with the speed of lightning. There were no tricks to his attacks. They were simply a barrage he unleashed without restraint. In spite of his calm exterior, Yang Kai's emotions were incredibly excited. I can kill him. I can kill this 7th-order Golden Wolf King. As long as I kill the Golden Wolf King, I will obtain a 7th-order metal element monster core. Then, I will only be missing the Een element. It was impossible for the Golden Wolf King to do nothing and wait for death under the endless rain of spears. It endured the pain and injuries on its body and fought back with all its strength. Its battle against Yang Kai was fierce. Although it was not an evenly matched situation, it was not a landslide victory either. The heritage of a 7th-order monster beast was truly extraordinary. Even if it was just a newly advanced 7th-order monster beast, it was absolutely incomparable to a 6th-order monster beast. The same logic applied for Open Heaven Realm Masters. A 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master might only have a difference of 1 order between them, but it was the difference between a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even 10 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together might not win against a single 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4299, a 7th-order monster core. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai was thankful that he had not tried to hold back and had used the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress from the start. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for the Golden Wolf King. Thanks to the gentle finger within the divine ability bead, the Golden Wolf King had been considerably weakened. It was conceivable how powerful it would have been if Yang Kai had not heavily injured it from the start. A vicious battle ensued. Although Yang Kai inflicted wounds all over the Golden Wolf King's body, actually killing the opponent would take much more effort. It would take at least an hour or more for him to succeed. Of course, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would become for Yang Kai. That was because the Golden Wolf King's injuries would only worsen with time, and the strength it could exert would also weaken. At some point, it would become easy for Yang Kai to kill it. However, Yang Kai could not afford to drag things out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible, as this place was the blood monster territory. There were open heaven realm masters everywhere, and there was no shortage of mid-rank ones among them. It would definitely attract unwanted attention if somebody detected the commotion here. A 7th order monster beast's monster core was extremely valuable, so it would inevitably arouse the greed in others and incite their killing intent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his spear and surged the power in his Dao seal. Golden Crow's true fire spread out, distorting the void. A great sun suddenly leaped out from behind his back, and the sound of the Golden Crow's cry rang out. Inside the great sun, a 3-legged golden crow danced happily. The moment the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura increased madly. A look of shock and fear flashed through the Golden Wolf King's humanized eyes, and it hesitated for a moment before turning around and fleeing. How could Yang Kai allow the Golden Wolf King to escape, though? His expression was calm as he manipulated space principles to turn the void into a prison, instantly slowing the Golden Wolf King's movements. Meanwhile, with the great sun perched atop the tip of his spear, Yang Kai thrust forward fiercely. At the critical juncture of life and death, the Golden Wolf King turned around angrily and shot out a beam of golden light from its mouth to meet the dazzling great sunday. A violent collision erupted. Beams of light spread out everywhere, and brutal energy ran rampant. When the golden light finally went out, the great sun enveloped the Golden Wolf King completely. A short while later, the dazzling light dissipated. Yang Kai's complexion was slightly pale as he held his spear and breathed heavily. Not far from Yang Kai, the Golden Wolf King's head had been blasted to pieces. The headless carcass twitched slightly as its vitality rapidly faded. This battle began abruptly and ended swiftly. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was extremely lucky to have killed the 7th order monster beast. If the Golden Wolf King had not been heavily injured in the first place, and he did not have the proprietress divine ability bead, the only thing Yang Kai could have done upon encountering a 7th order monster beast with his current strength would be to flee. It was only because of multiple coincidences overlapping with each other that led to the death of the Golden Wolf King. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai flashed over to the Golden Wolf King's carcass. He swept his divine sense over the carcass and quickly found something in the chest area. Thrusting his arm into the carcass, Yang Kai grasped something and pulled his hand out, holding a bloody monster core that emitted a golden radiance. The monster core was about the size of his fist. 7th order. It really is a 7th order metal element monster core. The urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly consumed Yang Kai. He originally thought that he would not obtain what he desired from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time around, but who could have known that he would gain a 7th order metal element monster core after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It truly was a blessing from the heavens. Great efforts will be rewarded indeed. I'm glad the proprietress divine ability bead was well used. Before he could put away the monster core, though, a figure appeared suddenly and landed not far away from him. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He knew that he would attract the attention of others if he did not finish the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Both the proprietress divine ability bead and his own divine manifestation were incredibly powerful after all, so it would be more difficult for people not to notice if they were nearby. The person who came was an elderly man. Yang Kai glanced at the man briefly and was surprised to realize that he could recognize this person. He did not know the name of this elderly man and only knew that other people called him Old Hong. If he remembered correctly, this elderly man came from a great force known as Heaven's Border. Back when Yang Kai snatched the carcass of the Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Old Hong and several other open heaven realm masters had chased after him. Afterwards, Yang Kai escaped into First Inn. When the matter in the Golden Crow Divine Palace was exposed, 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Old Hong lost the qualifications to participate. And so, Old Hong backed down quickly. As soon as Old Hong arrived, he glanced at the Golden Wolf King's carcass with a gloomy expression. His eyelids twitched at the sight, a 7th Order monster beast. The Golden Wolf King might be dead, but the aura of a seventh-order monster beast coming from his body had yet to dissipate completely. Being rather knowledgeable, it only took one glance for Old Hong to understand this. He then turned to look at Yang Kai, and his gaze immediately became fierce. "Brat, it's you." It was obvious that he recognized Yang Kai. His memory of this boy was still fresh in his mind. There were few who could survive the pursuit of several mid-rank, open heaven realm masters after all. It had been his first time meeting such a person. Yang Kai ignored the other party. Quietly taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he waved his large hand and kept the Golden Wolf King's carcass into his space ring. "Brat, hand over the monster beast's monster core, and this old master will spare your life." Old Hong's expression was a mixture of excitement and greed. It was a seventh-order monster beast's monster core after all. He had never seen one in his life. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he was vastly superior to Yang Kai in terms of identity, strength, and status. However, he had less than 1/100th of Yang Kai's wealth. How many cultivation resources can I receive in exchange for a seventh-order monster core? It could be said that Old Hong would never have to worry about money again. How could he not be moved by such huge benefits in front of his eyes? Recalling how Yang Kai escaped in the past, he secretly drew upon the world force in his small universe to seal this surrounding space while he was speaking. As long as he could seal this place, Yang Kai would never be able to escape from the palm of his hands no matter what kind of method he employed. He was not clear as to how Yang Kai managed to slaughter a seventh-order monster beast with his trivial Emperor Realm strength. In any case, it was obvious that Yang Kai had a great stroke of luck. Otherwise, how could a little brat who was not even in the open heaven realm kill such a powerful existence? The might of a seventh-order monster beast was such that even he did not dare to face it lightly. Yang Kai immediately noticed the moment Old Hong made a move. Raising a hand, he tossed a brilliant golden monster core at Old Hong and shouted, "Here." Old Hong instinctively reached out and grabbed the monster core in his hand, but after looking down at it, he nearly exploded with rage. "How dare you deceive me, boy?" It was indeed a metal element monster core, but it was a third-order monster core that was only worth 10 or 20,000 open heaven pills at most. By the time he looked up again, Yang Kai was already blacked in the distance. Yang Kai had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to use space principles to escape. Old Hong felt as though his teeth were about to crack from rage. Having learned from his past experience where this brat had escaped his clutches, how could he give chase only to be left behind again? He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. Even so, the temptation of the seventh-order monster core made him unable to give up so easily. Burning his blood essence, he struggled to catch up. At the same time, he took out communication bead after communication bead and sent various messages out. Old Hong would never have informed others if he could enjoy the benefits alone. However, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. He could only rely on others to help. Besides, the value of a seventh-order monster core was so great that he would still receive quite a lot even if he had to divide his gains with others. Old Hong's cultivation and identity might not be particularly outstanding, but he still had some friends. Not to mention, several open heaven realm masters from Heaven's Border also came here with him. Be that as it may, he was cautious and did not inform the others about the specific details. He only asked them to help intercept Yang Kai and promised to reward them greatly afterwards. Somebody soon responded to his message. Overjoyed, Old Hong desperately chased in that direction. An incense stick later, Yang Kai had only just planted his feet in the void when he sensed world force surge and lock him in place, creating a sealed space. Yang Kai was shocked as he never imagined that somebody would block the path in front of him. Looking at this situation, it seemed to be targeting his space principles. Why else would somebody purposely seal off space around him? Did Old Hong call for help? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud voice entering his ears, "Junior, obediently surrender without a fight." Yang Kai desperately pushed his space principles again and moon blades slashed out in all directions, but could not tear apart the opponent's world force that was holding him in place. When he looked up again, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him and cutting off his escape. The middle-aged man studied Yang Kai curiously. He did not know the reason why Old Hong had sent him a message asking him to stop this young man. It was just that he happened to be nearby, and Old Hong promised great benefits, so he simply acted in passing. Yang Kai's thoughts flashed through his head like lightning before he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The middle-aged man asked, "And who are you? Does this guy not know who I am?" Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond. "I am a manager under Madame Lan of First Inn. I have an urgent matter I must report to her and need to meet up with her immediately. If there's a misunderstanding, please allow me to pass. It will be very serious if Madame blames you for this delay." "Madame Lan?" The middle-aged man jumped in fright. "This kid belongs to First Inn? What the hell is old Ghost Hong up to? Did he swallow the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? How could he dare to pursue somebody from First Inn? What would happen if that crazy woman, Lan Yu Ruo, finds out about this?" He might not have heard about there being managers in First Inn, but he had no time to think about it either. After frowning and pondering for a while, he asked, "Little brother, you claim to be from First Inn. Do you have any proof?" "Madame's token is right here. I'm just afraid that you might have eyes but fail to recognize her greatness." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, he tossed a token towards the other party. He could sense the other party's cowardice, so his courage increased sharply. At a time like this, he could not afford to be polite. It was better to be arrogant instead. Besides, the token was not fake. It was something the proprietress handed to him in the past so that he could go around collecting debts. He had been keeping it all this while. Hence, her aura was indeed contained inside the token. The middle-aged man took the token and probed the contents with his divine sense, and instantly his expression cramped. He could sense a strong residual aura was contained within the token. Although he could not confirm that the aura belonged to Lan Yu Ruo specifically, it definitely belonged to a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Like Old Hong, he was simply a Fourth Order, so how could he dare to go against a Sixth Order? Furthermore, First Inn was very well known. The token felt like a hot potato in his hand. Thus, he quickly returned the token and cupped his fists. "So little brother is a subordinate of Madame Lan of First Inn. Forgive me, little brother. Everything was just a misunderstanding." Yang Kai shook his head and impatiently said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then hurry up and release me." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4300, Reunion. "Please go ahead, little brother." After confirming that Yang Kai had a powerful supporter, the middle-aged man no longer dared to stop him, releasing his world force and returning the token. Yang Kai nodded gently and moved to leave. The middle-aged man said, "Little brother, you should head this way if you are looking for Madame Lan. I last saw her graceful figure from afar in that direction one day ago." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Many thanks. I hope we meet again." With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai hurried in the direction that man had pointed. At present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Being only in the half-step open heaven realm, Yang Kai did not feel very safe moving alone. It would be best if he could meet up with the proprietress and the others. After Yang Kai departed, the middle-aged man angrily took out a communication bead and poured his divine sense into it to question why Old Hong had tried to harm him. Old Hong was rushing over when he saw the message, so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Brother Su, you let him go?" The man surnamed Su snapped. "He is First Inn's manager. How could I dare to stop him?" Old Hong scolded scathingly. "What do you mean by the manager? First Inn is just an inn. Why would it need another manager when Lan Yu Ruo is already there?" The man surnamed Su couldn't help realizing the oddity of the situation when he heard those words. He had been frightened by the reputation behind the names Madame Lan and First Inn earlier, but now that he thought about it, he realized the truth behind those words. First Inn was just an inn, a place that collected and sold information. Why would it need multiple managers? Despite feeling cheated, he replied, "Even so, that kid is from First Inn. We can't afford to provoke them." Old Hong, I suggest that you give up as soon as possible to avoid accidents. Regardless of Yang Kai's real status, the token was not fake. The aura contained within the token had terrified him. More so with the current situation in the blood monster territory. There were disciples from major cave heavens and paradises everywhere. One could not be fooled by the fact that the other party was only in the Emperor realm. Who could say which sect the other party came from? What if he offended somebody he could not afford to? Not only would he suffer misfortune, but his actions might also endanger his sect. If this were a more hidden environment, he could have silenced the witness to his crime and be done with the matter. However, it was not easy to silence someone out in the open with so many people crawling all over the blood monster territory. Determined to stay out of this shady business, the man surnamed Su cut off contact with Old Hong. Old Hong put away the communication bead and scolded angrily, "Cowardly rat! You are not qualified to participate in this great plan." Be that as it may, Old Hong could not be sure whether or not Yang Kai was from First Inn. If that were really the case, then he did not dare to provoke them either. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai had escaped into First Inn after snatching the Golden Crow carcass back then. Taking that opportunity to join First Inn did not seem unreasonable. In that case, that damned brat might really be part of First Inn. Old Hong's heart sank at the thought. It feels like the Seventh Order Monster Corps will no longer have anything to do with me. Nevertheless, it was a miserable feeling to have such a tempting delicacy in front of him that he could only stare at but not eat. Old Hong stood there hesitating for a while. Then, he seemed to recall something all of a sudden. An idea came to him, and he took out another communication bead. His expression became very respectful as he poured his divine sense into the communication bead and sent a message. Inside the void, Yang Kai swiftly headed in the direction pointed to him by the middle-aged man earlier. At the same time, he took out his communication beads and kept sending messages to the proprietress, Yuhi, and Old Bai in hopes of getting in touch with them. He was certain that the proprietress and the others were also looking for him. It was just that they didn't know each other's location. The communication beads were certainly very useful and convenient, but they were limited by a certain distance. Thus, they would not be able to communicate with each other if they were too far away from one another. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally managed to contact Yuhi. Once they exchanged information on each other's locations, he finally calmed down slightly. Yuhi was relatively close to him, so it would only take her an hour or so to arrive. Not daring to move around carelessly, Yang Kai found a dead spirit province nearby and hid there. The spirit province he was hiding on clearly came from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that it wasn't very large, only kilometers wide and long. Several days had passed since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, so the world force of these spirit provinces that were not collected in time had dissipated completely and merged with the void, causing these remnants to become barren. There were not many similar wastelands like this. Some 80% of the spirit provinces had been collected. It could almost be said that the entire blood monster cave heaven had basically been divided up between the open heaven realm masters who came here. This was the first time open heaven realm masters had benefited from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, this chance only came once. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed, so it was impossible for another opportunity like this to arise again. Before an hour was up, a graceful figure landed nearby. Yuhi swept out her divine sense and looked around for a bit before she glanced at Yang Kai's hiding place and called out softly, "Young master?" Yang Kai stepped out and took off the shadowless veil to reveal his figure. She hurriedly greeted him and asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Her expression was filled with worry. The main reason was that Yang Kai seemed to have experienced various difficult battles. His outer appearance was quite a miserable sight. His clothes were ragged and torn. Moreover, the dried blood crusting his clothes could almost form a complete shell. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Have you found the others?" Yuhi examined his condition carefully and confirmed that he was really fine. Only then did she relax and answer his question. "We found almost all of them. 5 or 6 of them are still missing." Yang Kai fell silent. Those missing people had probably met with a disastrous end. Before he entered the blood monster cave heaven, He had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality when his subordinates decided to explore on their own. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was not a safe place after all. There would always be a risk when going for training, but he could not stop them. If he refused their request and protectively brought them around with him all the time, they would never grow stronger. Only losing 5 or 6 people could even be said to be a great fortune amidst the various misfortunes. Furthermore, those who had survived the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would surely have grown tremendously. This would be of great benefit to their future. Yang Kai composed his emotions and nodded. Let's go see Proprietress. Yuhi immediately summoned her flight-type artifact and returned the way she came with Yang Kai. Searching for the Proprietress took quite a lot of time as she was also searching for Yang Kai. It was quite troublesome not to have a fixed meeting place in this vast blood monster territory. It was fortunate that the Proprietress had not been too far away from Yuhi in the first place. Half a day later, a familiar-looking ship came into view. When Yang Kai and Yuhi boarded the ship, Lang Qingshan and others rushed up to greet Yang Kai, cupping their fists as they shouted, "Sir." Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and nodded lightly. It was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. There were a few missing from this group of subordinates that he brought along with him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. These subordinates had been serving under him since the grand ancient ruins boundary. Having carefully nurtured them over the years, they would surely have been able to advance into the open heaven realm with enough time. The most important point was that they were extremely loyal to him and had accompanied him through many dangerous and life-threatening situations in the past. Guo Miao was also back, standing beside Guo Ziyin. Accountant looked at Yang Kai with his triangular eyes and asked, "Where's Chef?" Yang Kai slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten about Chef again. Thus, he immediately brought him out of the small sealed world. Chef had previously used his knife and chopping block secret technique twice in a row, but his complexion was better after recuperating in the small sealed world for the past few days. As soon as he came out of the small sealed world, he immediately hooked his arm around Accountant. Then, they slipped away into the cabin to do something. The Proprietress looked at Yang Kai and said, "Smelly brat, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." She might have remained outside all this while, but she had received all sorts of news following the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai replied shamelessly, "There's no such thing. Whoever said that must be slandering me." Then, he hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, Proprietress, there was this guy called Black Crow Divine Monarch in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Before he could finish his sentence, she raised a hand to interrupt him. The news regarding Black Crow Divine Monarch has spread already. At present, all the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory have been blocked. The cave heavens and paradises are currently searching for this person's whereabouts. Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life via possession. That in itself was not a big deal, as he would only have offended Great Thousand Bloodland. The body he possessed belonged to Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland after all. It was just that he had killed many people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, including many disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. More importantly, draining a person's blood essence was an infringement of a serious taboo. That was why the cave heavens and paradises immediately took action to block the territory gates of the Blood Monster territory as soon as the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch was exposed. Anybody who wanted to leave the Blood Monster territory would have to undergo a strict inspection. They were determined to find Black Crow Divine Monarch. The cave heavens and paradises had taken an extremely aggressive approach towards this matter. The first reason was that they wanted to avenge their dead disciples, but a bigger reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was an extremely valuable source of information. If nothing else, the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was enough to make anybody envious. Who would not want such an extraordinary secret art? Even if they could not cultivate that secret art, they could not let it fall into another person's hands. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief to hear the Proprietress' words. If the cave heavens and paradises were taking the lead to deal with Black Crow Divine Monarch, then things were not going to be easy for that old dog. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had the sneaking suspicion that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be captured so easily. There was a high possibility that the people deployed by the cave heavens and paradises would return empty-handed. In any case, this matter was no longer related to him. Yongkai had obtained some benefits from the blood monster cave heaven, so his top priority was to digest them as soon as possible, especially the 7th order metal element monster core. Just thinking about it made him excited. Once I refine that metal element monster core, I will only be one more step away from the open heaven realm. By the way, proprietress, do you know where the people of Langya Paradise are? Yongkai asked. The proprietress looked at him strangely. Why? Did you quarrel with the people from Langya Paradise? I have a friend in Langya Paradise. I want to check up on her. He had seen Gu Pan escaping with Zhang Ruo Shi when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. It was just that he was not sure what happened after that. She replied, the people of Langya Paradise left one day ago. If you want to find them, you will have to go to Langya territory. Yongkai was a little disappointed to hear those words. He had wanted to talk to Zhang Ruo Shi some more, but it would seem that his plan was no longer feasible. In any case, the fact that Langya Paradise had left had to mean that Gu Pan and Zhang Ruo Shi had met up with the others. There was no need to worry about Zhang Ruo Shi's safety with Gu Pan watching out for her. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4301. Old Friends Meet. The proprietress looked at Yongkai strangely. Forget about Langya Paradise for now. Tell me what happened with Enyang Cave Heaven first. Enyang Cave Heaven? Yongkai immediately thought of Chu Huashang when he heard the name, hoping she was safe as well. As such, he subconsciously asked, what happened with Enyang Cave Heaven? The proprietress gritted her teeth slightly as she snapped, I'm amazed that you have the cheek to ask me. A representative came to me to propose marriage. They are asking you to marry into Enyang Cave Heaven. Propose marriage? Marrying into Enyang Cave Heaven? Yongkai's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you are joking, right? The people surrounding them also turned to look at Yongkai in astonishment. Yuhi's expression was resentful as she bit her scarlet lip lightly, looking like a wife who had been thoughtlessly abandoned. Ha! The proprietress gave a short, humorless snort. I thought they were joking at first, but they're not. They even handed me a list of dowry gifts. Would you like to take a look? Yongkai was oozing sweat like a waterfall as he shook his head. No need. I'm afraid there must be some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. The proprietress gave him a savage look, almost as though she was going to slowly shave off several pounds of flesh from his body. It's not a misunderstanding if Enyang Cave Heaven is proposing marriage. I heard that you were very close with Chu Huashang in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. You even know about that? Yongkai was tempted to ask just which loudmouth person had told her this information. Be that as it may, this was not something that could be hidden anyway. Many people had seen him traveling with Chu Huashang before they arrived at the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As such, Yongkai solemnly answered the question. Senior Sister Chu offered me great assistance in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I would have been killed if not for her. What happened? The proprietress' eyes narrowed at those words, and a chill began lingering around her. She only heard that Yongkai and Chu Huashang had traveled together inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and that their relationship looked very intimate, but she was ignorant of everything else. She had no information about how the two of them had supported each other in the face of several deadly crises. In response, Yongkai waved his hand to push the matter aside and simply said, in any case, I owe a life-saving grace to Senior Sister Chu. He was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, not because he was afraid of causing further misunderstanding, but mainly because the person trying to kill him at the time was Xian Zhao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. The supporter behind First In was a Xian Yuan Cave Heaven elder in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress learned about this matter, she would certainly stand up for him, but it would not benefit her if she burned her bridges with Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. She had protected him for so many years, so how could Yongkai possibly cause trouble for her? As for the grudge of being hunted by Xian Zhao back then, he would exact his own revenge one day. The proprietress gave Yongkai a deep look before finally sighing. It's not that I want to speak badly of somebody behind their back. I also know the Chu Huashang girl. She is a good person, but she is also a core disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven. It might even be possible for her to inherit the position of sect master one day. It's not a good thing for you if she falls in love with you. Rest assured, proprietress, I will handle this matter myself. She sighed again and said, in that case, you better take good care of yourself. We're done here. It's time for us to head back. As for those people who had not been found so far, even if something bad had happened to them, it was the result of their own choices. On the other hand, if they survived, they would naturally find a way to return to First Inn in Thousand Birds territory or Voidland. Therefore, there was no point in lingering here further. The ship quickly turned around and headed towards one of the Blood Monster Territory's territory gates. Inside his room, Yang Kai took a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. These simple actions immediately refreshed him. Then, he checked his harvest from this trip and smiled brightly. Strictly speaking, he did not gain many things from this trip, at least nothing compared to his harvest from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Even so, he was very satisfied. The main reason was that he had obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he was in no hurry to refine the Monster Core. Refining a 7th Order Monster Core would definitely take some time, so he had to wait until he returned to cultivate and retreat. Aside from the 7th Order Monster Core, his largest harvest was the 5 and 8 Open Heaven Pills formed in the Universe Furnace. These were treasures that would make anybody jealous. I should give one of these to Proprietress later. It might allow her to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. If the Proprietress could advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, then her status and strength would be greatly improved. It would give her the capital to speak even if she stood up against Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. In addition, Yang Kai had high hopes for the cultivators from Abundance City. From the City Lord Imo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other great elders, down to Deacon Fan Wu Xian and the many ordinary residents, many of them had remained in the Emperor realm for centuries, constantly improving themselves. In his eyes, they were all seeds that could sprout into Open Heaven Realm masters. As long as the blood principles restriction in their bodies were removed, they could advance into the Open Heaven Realm at any time. At that point, Voidland's heritage would soar. Yang Kai himself had been targeted by various major cave heavens and paradises, so a strong sense of crisis now existed in the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, he himself had no means of advancing into the Open Heaven Realm anytime soon. So, he could only think of other ways to increase the strength of Voidland. Otherwise, how would Voidland fight back if a powerful enemy were to attack one day? The 7th Order Monster Core, the innate Open Heaven Pills, and the cultivators of Abundance City. These were Yang Kai's greatest harvests during this trip. The partial method of cultivating monster beasts, the alchemy furnace, and the various pills obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and even the fragments of the Bloodlight Scripture were only incidental gains. There was no comparison with the former gains that he obtained. Naturally, there was also his wood element divine ability. Yang Kai had to take some time to properly comprehend the divine ability. At the time, the aura of the divine ability had burst out without any warning and came out of him directly. Hence, he himself was not clear how that divine ability worked. It was only natural that he had to understand his own methods. Otherwise, how would he activate them again when he faced an enemy next time? That's right. Imo Mei and the others are acquainted with the Proprietress. It's time for me to let them meet. Yang Kai had not had the time to tell the Proprietress about Abundance City in detail. After considering this, he immediately entered the small sealed world. When he swept his divine sense over his surroundings, he couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. He collected plenty of spirit provinces into the small sealed world back in the Blood Monster territory, but only the spirit province with Abundance City on it had received special treatment. Yang Kai used his authority as master of the small sealed world to seal and contain the world force of the spirit province. On the other hand, he had not bothered to do anything to the other spirit provinces. For that reason, the world force contained in those spirit provinces had already begun to merge with the small sealed world. At this moment, the world force in the small sealed world was many times denser than before. As the master of the small sealed world, Yang Kai could feel this difference very clearly. He secretly sighed to himself. Truly worthy of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master. All I did was collect some broken fragments, but the small sealed world experienced such a huge leap in growth as a result. What will become of the small sealed world if I devoured the entire blood monster cave heaven? What's more, the fusion of the world force would not be completed after just a few short days. The world force in the small sealed world would only become richer and richer with the passage of time. The benefits enjoyed by the small sealed world were also extremely beneficial to him. If the idea he concocted in his head could be completed, then his strength would surely be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Focusing himself, Yang Kai came to Abundant City with a flicker. This place had been sealed by him. Consequently, the blood monster cave heaven aura had been preserved and the people of Abundant City remained safe. Mo Mei and the others were gathered in one place, so they quickly came over to welcome Yang Kai when they noticed his arrival. After greeting each other, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, I came here to help you remove the blood principle's restriction. After that, I'm going to bring you to meet some old friends." Old friends? Mo Mei was astonished, but she quickly understood the situation. Is it Big Sister Lan? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. My independent world is incomplete and cannot accommodate open heaven realm masters, so the proprietress cannot enter this place. In that case, I can only bring you out to meet her instead. Imome revealed a look of pleasant surprise and nodded repeatedly. Good. I haven't seen Big Sister Lan for many years. I wonder how she is now. He smiled. You'll know when you see her, City Lord Imo. Yang Kai immediately began using the secret technique without further ado. Thanks to his previous experience, it was not difficult for him. It was just that every time he cast the secret technique, some of his blood would be consumed in the process. Numerous seals shot out and entered Mo Mei and the others' foreheads. Closing their eyes, they perceived their conditions, and soon Mo Mei said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Although there is no proof, it feels like something in my body has been freed and I feel more relaxed. I think the blood principle's restriction no longer exists." Pang Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, and the others also nodded in agreement. We'll know whether the restriction has been lifted after we test it out. Yang Kai's divine sense surged and wrapped around them. Then, he slipped out of the small sealed world. By the time Mo Mei and the others realized what had happened, they were already standing in a room. Yang Kai watched them nervously. Although he was fairly certain that they would not suffer any backlash from the blood principle's restriction, there was always a possibility. Under his careful watch, he saw that they were in perfectly fine condition. Thus, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heya might have been despicable, but he at least did not deceive me in this matter. Where is Big Sister Lan? Mo Mei turned to look around, but did not see the proprietress. Yang Kai beckoned to them and said, "Come with me." Leading them out of the room, he came to another room on the top deck of the ship and gently knocked on the door. The proprietress' voice soon called out, "Enter." Yang Kai opened the door to see the proprietress and Yuhi sitting opposite each other at the table. They seemed to be discussing something, but their expressions stiffened in surprise when they looked up. In the next moment, the proprietress slowly got to her feet. She stared at the people behind Yang Kai in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Yuhi couldn't stop herself from covering her red lips with her hands as she asked in a trembling voice, "Mo Mei?" Even though so many years had passed, the memories they had of each other had not faded. Both Yuhi and the proprietress had recognized Mo Mei and the others as soon as they appeared. Mo Mei's eyes reddened. She walked forward and gave an elegant bow. "Big Sister Lan, Big Sister Yuhi, we finally meet again after so many years. Have you been well?" The proprietress reached out to lift Mo Mei up, her cherry lips moving as though she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to in the end. Her eyes reddened too. Pang Duo and the others cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Yuhi." Yuhi murmured in a daze, Why are you here? What about the blood principle's restriction planted by blood monster divine monarch in your bodies?" Mo Mei wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and explained, It's all thanks to Sir Yang. He removed the restriction on us. That's how we broke free of the blood monster cave heaven shackles to appear here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4302. Please take us in. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. You can remove the blood principles restriction from their bodies? Yang Kai replied, Black Crow Divine Monarch obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. I made a deal with him previously and received the necessary secret technique from him in exchange. A look of realization appeared on her face, and she nodded at him. The truth was that she had never forgotten the people in Abundance City, even though so many years had passed. After all, Lan Tingyu had made a promise to them when he was still alive. Following his death, the proprietress had wanted to fulfill this promise and thought about sending somebody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to help bring the people from Abundance City out. Unfortunately, bringing them out without removing the blood principles restriction was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's blood principles restriction was also extremely difficult to remove. Hence, she was strong in will but weak in strength. She never imagined that her wish would be fulfilled by Yang Kai at this moment. Yang Kai was certain that they had a lot to say to each other. After all, it had been centuries since they last met each other. Besides, Mo Mei would surely want to ask about Lan Tingyu. Therefore, he did not stay for long after bringing Mo Mei and the others to the room. Yang Kai quickly left them there and returned to his room alone. Returning to the Star City in Thousand Bird territory from the Blood Monster territory would take a long time, but Yang Kai did not want to remain idle. His top priority was to completely remove the blood principles restriction from all the people in Abundance City. He might have sealed the spirit province containing Abundance City to prevent its world force from dissipating, but he could not guarantee how long this solution would last. If he failed to free all the people in Abundance City before time ran out, they would be met with a gruesome death. For that reason, Yang Kai remained inside the small sealed world over the next few days and constantly performed the blood secret technique, consuming copious amounts of blood during this process. It was fortunate that his healing abilities were extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere for so long. There were many people in Abundance City. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to temporarily house them inside the small sealed world until he arrived at a safe place and could figure out his next course of action. 4 or 5 days later, Yang Kai was busy working in the small sealed world when he suddenly sensed somebody knocking on his door in the outside world. He asked the Abundance City cultivators who were waiting in line to wait for him, then returned to his room with a flash. Pushing the room door open, he saw Mo Mei and the others standing outside the door. Sir Yang. Mo Mei bowed elegantly. Pang Duo and the others also cupped their fists in greeting. City Lord Mo, elders, please come in. Yang Kai did not know the reason they came to him, but he stepped to the side and invited them inside to talk. After they took their seats, he served them tea and finally asked, Is there something you need from me? Mo Mei explained, We came here to thank you, Sir Yang. Those of us who were born in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven lived our entire lives there. We have never left that place in our lives, and had very faint hope we ever would. It's all thanks to your life-saving grace that we can finally break free from the shackles of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and be released from the blood principles restriction inherited from our ancestors. We finally obtained our freedom. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. You're too polite, City Lord Mo. This was a simple matter for me. If not for the jade slip he received from Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for him to bring them out. But, with the secret technique recorded within the jade slip, this matter was truly not an issue for Yang Kai. All it cost him was some blood and some time. Mo Mei shook her head sternly. It might be a simple matter to you, Sir Yang. However, what you did amounts to a life-saving grace for all of us in Abundance City. Such great kindness is not something Abundance City can ever hope to repay. Even now, this mistress has a request. City Lord Mo, please speak freely. I will not refuse as long as it is within my means to help. He looked her straight in the eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak. It's like this, Sir Yang. I heard from Big Sister Lan that you have a spirit province called Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. It is a beautiful place with a vast area. She looked a little ashamed of herself. Even Peng Duo and the others looked apprehensive. Yang Kai nodded. Indeed. The blood monster cave heaven has been destroyed, so we have nowhere else to go. May we request that Voidland take us in, Sir Yang? Emome asked tentatively. Peng Duo and the others sat up straight and placed their hands on their knees, looking very uneasy. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but immediately after, he was overjoyed and burst out laughing. City Lord Emo, you're far too polite. What do you mean by take you in? If you are willing to join Voidland, then there's nothing more that I could wish for. He was certain that recruiting the people from Abundant City into Voidland would be easy. After all, he had just saved all their lives and they had nowhere else to go. It was just that he had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. He never imagined that Emome would take the initiative to come and discuss this matter with him. A moment later, realization struck him. The proprietress had probably helped by acting as the middleman. She knew that Voidland was desperately in need of manpower. On the other hand, Emome and the others were seeds that would eventually become Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they joined Voidland, they would not be the only ones benefiting from the deal. Their affiliation would also be tremendously beneficial for Voidland. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing how readily Yang Kai agreed to their request, they all breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop them and smiled at them. Please don't be so uptight. In the future, we will all be one family. We can discuss the specific details once we arrive back at Voidland. They responded, We obey your orders, Sect Master. Yang Kai was so elated that flowers were practically blooming in his heart. He swept his gaze over Emome and the others, seeming to see them as future mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The people in front of him had experienced thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation in the Emperor Realm, so their heritage was extremely impressive. Advancing into the Open Heaven Realm would not be an issue for them. What's more, he also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. These spirit pills would dramatically improve their chances of successfully breaking through. It could almost be said that there was no risk of failure at all. Peng Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qian Xian, and Gong Yang she had condensed the 5th order elements, while Emome had condensed 6th order element powers. And this was just a few of them. When Yang Kai helped to remove the blood principles restriction from the Abundant City cultivators, he noticed that there were quite a few of them who had condensed 5th order elements. It could be said that once these people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, Voidland's strength would increase by several folds. At the time, Voidland would no longer have a severe shortage of Open Heaven Realm Masters. It would become a true second-class great force. During their conversation, the ship groaned loudly for some reason and came to an abrupt halt. A person's voice rang out a moment later. You there? Stop. Lower your defenses and prepare to accept our inspection. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and frowned slightly. Many flight-type artifacts were floating around in the void ahead. Each artifact was magnificent in shape and huge in size. He could tell that they belonged to the cave heavens and paradises at a glance. More importantly, there was a large territory gate slowly rotating behind these ships. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely guessed that this matter was related to Black Crow Divine Monarch. The proprietress had mentioned that the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch coming back to life via possession had already spread everywhere. All the cave heavens and paradises were searching for his current whereabouts. For this reason, they even went so far as to seal all the territory gates in the blood monster territory to prevent him from escaping. Any cultivator or flight-type artifact that wished to leave the blood monster territory would be subjected to careful inspection. Therefore, it was not strange to be stopped here. Nevertheless, the origins of Emome and the others were a little special, so it would be best if they were not discovered. After considering everything, Yang Kai said, Everyone, please hide inside the small sealed world for now. I will let you out again once we reach our destination. Emome and the others had no objection to his suggestion and did not resist. Yang Kai successfully placed them back into the small sealed world, and when he was done, he moved to the deck. On the deck, The proprietress swept her beautiful eyes in Yang Kai's direction. Seeing that Imo Mei and the others were nowhere to be seen, she knew that he must have hidden them away. At this moment, everybody had gathered on the deck, for figures came from the opposite side and slowly fluttered down. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately felt a little sick. This couldn't be helped. He recognized 2 out of the 4 figures. They were both from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. One was Guanu and the other was Xian Zhao's master, Chu Lu Shan. During their time inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Xian Zhao had attempted to murder Yang Kai when he was heavily injured. It was only natural that Yang Kai did not hold a favorable impression towards Xian Zhao's honored master. Be that as it may, both Guanu and Chu Lu Shan were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they could not be underestimated. It was not just them. The other 2 who landed on the ship were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was not difficult to understand, though. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a grand event, so the masters leading the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not have weak cultivations. Those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were considered high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so there was no need for them to appear at these kinds of occasions. It was just right for 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to come. Yang Kai did not recognize the other 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, but he could be certain that one of them was from Great Battle Heaven. That was because the people of Great Battle Heaven were very recognizable in terms of the aura surrounding them and their uniforms. This 6th Order Open Heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven wore a set of golden armor and had a full-plate helmet. He also had a long sword at his waist. His appearance was similar to a great general who just returned from battle. It was a glorious sight. Yang Kai did not know which great force the 4th person belonged to, but that person most likely belonged to one of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Otherwise, he would have no qualifications to stand here. Why do I run into you wherever I go? The proprietress looked as sick and tired as Yang Kai as she gave Guanu an undisguised look of disgust. Guanu chuckled. This senior brother is relieved to see you so spirited, junior sister Lan. She coldly snorted and turned to look at the others. Then, she bowed only to the golden armor general from Great Battle Heaven, senior brother Mao. The man with the surname Mao nodded lightly and cupped his fist. Junior sister Lan, this is routine procedure. Please forgive us. As you know, a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This person is ruthless and cruel. He killed many disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In order to prevent him from escaping the Blood Monster territory, all flight-type artifacts and people who want to leave have to undergo a strict inspection. The proprietress flicked her sleeve. I know. Please go ahead, senior brother Mao. He immediately gave a wave of his hand. Check carefully. Don't let any corner go uninspected. Following his orders, a bunch of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stepped out from behind him and charged into the ship to investigate. While everybody was waiting on the deck, senior brother Mao did not spare all the people who were gathered here either. Yang Kai clearly felt a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. It probably belonged to the man surnamed Mao. However, he soon furrowed his brow tightly together. The man surnamed Mao quickly had withdrawn his divine sense after a quick inspection, but there was another divine sense that was locked onto him the whole time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4303. If the house is crooked, the foundation must be too. Yang Kai could not figure out who the divine sense belonged to. The 4 people standing in front of him were all in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all, so the difference in strength between them was simply too great. He vaguely guessed that the divine sense belonged to Chu Lu Shan. That was because this old man was on bad terms with the proprietress. Not to mention that there was also now a feud between Yang Kai and his disciple, Xian Zhao. It was not strange for him to be paying extra attention to Yang Kai at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was making guesses in his head, the 4th 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he did not recognize suddenly spoke up. Madam Lan, I heard that you have a little one called Yang Kai in First Inn. Which one is he? The proprietress immediately looked at that person vigilantly. Why are you looking for him? That person smiled and replied, there are some things I want to ask him. He turned his gaze to Yang Kai and continued, "If my guess is correct, it should be you, right?" This person probably did not know Yang Kai directly. It was just that Yang Kai's aura stood out distinctly from among the many Emperor Realm Masters here, so it was not surprising for his cover to be blown. In any case, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity either after being called out so directly. There were so many people here who knew him that it made no sense to hide anyway. Instead, he quickly responded, "Yes? Who are you? How can I help you?" That person smiled and nodded. "You might not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng." Heavenly Sword Union? I can't believe that this guy does not belong to one of the cave heavens or paradises. When Yang Kai first saw this person standing beside Guan Chu Lu Shan, and senior brother Mao of Great Battle Heaven, he had assumed that he too was from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Only now did he realize that this person was the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Nevertheless, Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces. As the Union Master, this person was indeed qualified to stand in this place. After all, neither Guan Chu Lu Shan, or senior brother Mao were especially powerful people in their respective sects. They could only be considered middle management at most. Knowing that this person belonged to Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai immediately recalled the few Heavenly Sword Union disciples he killed previously. Is this person here to seek justice for his disciples? That can't be it. Among those who witnessed me killing them were Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, and that Langya Paradise disciple called Du Su. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples had brought death upon themselves by persistently chasing and trying to kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su. Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi would never expose this matter to the public. Could it have been Du Su? Sure enough, the smile on Kong Feng's face suddenly faded and he said, "I heard you killed some of the outstanding disciples belonging to my union." Yang Kai was furious. "As I thought, it was that little bastard Du Su who leaked the news. Otherwise, there's no reason for Kong Feng to know about this matter. I should have killed him." It was bad enough that Du Su had focused on running away alone without any regard for the safety of his fellow junior sister when they were in danger. However, it could also be said that Yang Kai had saved his life. I can't believe he is repaying a life-saving favor with enmity. If I had known that he was such a despicable villain, I would never have allowed him to live at the time. Before Yang Kai could say a word, the proprietress coldly snorted, "Union Master Kong, rice may be eaten at will, but some words should not be spoken casually. You claim that Yang Kai killed several of Heavenly Sword Union disciples. Where is the evidence?" She was convinced that Kong Feng did not have any evidence. That was why she countered his question in this manner. To her surprise, Kong Feng answered lightly, "Naturally, I have the evidence. I was informed about this matter, and I believe that person is not lying. I only came here to confirm the truth." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were blinded by greed and were trying to oppress the weak, so I killed them. What will you do now? Kong Feng didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so hard-hearted, so he couldn't help glancing at him again. He nodded lightly and said, "It's good that you admit to your actions. It saves this king from wasting more time on nonsense. Since ancient times, debts are repaid with money and murder is repaid with one's life. You killed several of Heavenly Sword Union's core disciples and caused Heavenly Sword Union to suffer huge losses, including the loss of several talented individuals who were the backbone of the future generation. Don't you think this king should avenge them?" The proprietress did not move, but her aura at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm permeated the air, and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "I dare you to try." He glanced at her and calmly replied, "Madame Lan, your reputation precedes you. This Kong is aware that he is not your opponent. Besides, I have no wish to fight you. If this boy was unrelated to you, this Kong would have killed him to provide justice for my disciples. But, since you wish to protect this boy, madam, then this Kong will back down out of respect for you. As long as this boy can provide some compensation, then we can forget about this matter. What do you think, madam?" She scowled fiercely, vaguely sensing that Kong Feng's intentions were not noble. Otherwise, he would not have brought up the deaths of his disciples at a time like this. It was just that she did not know what snake oil he was selling. She asked warily, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Yangkai is only in the Emperor realm. What can he offer as compensation? He smilingly answered her question, "You don't need to worry about that, madam. This Kong will discuss with him myself." Turning to look at Yangkai, he asked, "You don't have any objections to that, right?" The rage in Yangkai's heart blazed even higher. If I had enough strength, I would not be wasting time talking nonsense with him. I only killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because they were doggedly chasing Zhang Ruoxi. Why is Kong Feng talking about justice? How ridiculous. Unfortunately, the only reason he could stand here today was thanks to the proprietress' protection. If he made things difficult, it would only drag her into this mess. Thus, he suppressed the rage in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Kong Feng calmly said, "Don't worry. What I want is definitely in your possession. Moreover, it won't harm a single hair on your head." All of a sudden, he stopped talking out loud and sent a divine sense transmission to Yangkai instead. "I want that 7th order metal element monster beast core." Yangkai's eyes narrowed at those words. His first reaction was to wonder how this guy knew that he had a 7th order monster beast core, let alone that it was of the metal element. However, he soon realized the truth. Kong Feng learned about the fact that Yangkai killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because Du Su tipped him off. On the other hand, Old Hong of Heaven's Border had witnessed Yangkai obtaining the 7th order metal element monster beast core back then. He could also have tipped Kong Feng off about this matter. So, this is his true purpose. Yangkai responded flatly without even thinking about it. "I don't know what you're talking about." If Kong Feng had asked for anything else, there might have been room for discussion. Yangkai was not averse to exchanging money to avoid disaster. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to hand over the 7th order metal element monster core. This matter was related to his future. If he lost the monster core in this place, he did not know when he would obtain another opportunity like this again. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Boy, you should think carefully before you answer." Yangkai coldly snorted. "I was wondering why those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were so despicable. Now I understand. If the house is crooked, then the foundation must be too." Kong Feng gave Yangkai a deep look and calmly said, "I hope you don't regret your choice." After that, he stopped conversing via divine sense and spoke out loud instead. "A 7th order monster core might be a precious treasure, but you are only in the Emperor realm. Don't you think possessing something like that is very dangerous?" "A 7th order monster core?" Both Guanu and Chu Lu Shan murmured in unison, immediately turning to look at Yangkai. Even senior brother Mao gave Yangkai a surprised look. It was obvious that they had been kept out of the loop earlier. A 7th order monster core was an extremely rare object. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, everything inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had flowed out as a result, but as far as they were aware, there was only one instance where somebody had killed a 7th order Earth attribute monster beast and obtained a 7th order monster core. Aside from that, there were no other known 7th order monster cores in existence. Therefore, it was unexpected to learn about another 7th order monster core here. Chu Lushan frowned. "Brother Kong, are you saying that this brat possesses a 7th order monster core?" Kong Feng gave Yangkai a deep look and said, "That's right. This boy is quite lucky. It seems he killed a 7th order metal element monster beast and obtained a metal element monster core." Guanu scowled. "Brother Kong, how did you find out about this? And how could he possibly have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast?" Kong Feng chuckled. "You don't need to be so suspicious, Brother Gua. This Kong learned about this matter from a personal source of information, but there is no doubt about the truth of this matter. I can guarantee that this boy possesses a 7th order monster core." He paused for a moment and continued with malicious intentions. "I heard that this boy is very ambitious. He plans to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He has already condensed many Open Heaven powers. If he refines the metal element monster core, I'm afraid it won't be long before he succeeds." Turning to Chu Lushan, he cupped his fist, Congratulations, Brother Chu. Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will soon have another talented individual. Chu Lushan's expression was extremely ugly. If Yang Kai had been somebody from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing from his dreams for the next month. The problem was that Yang Kai was not from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. First, and might have some involvement with Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, but they were ultimately unrelated. Besides, Lan Yu Ruo had always had a poor relationship with him. More importantly, his disciple had a life-or-death feud with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to advance into the high-rank open heaven, the future of his disciple would be disheartening. This can never be allowed to happen. Looking at Yang Kai, he spoke in a cold voice, "Hand it over." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Chu Lushan. "What the hell do you count for?" "What an impudent junior." Chu Lushan's expression darkened. The proprietress stepped forward and scolded, "Brazen old dog." Chu Lushan was livid. Lan Yu Ruo. Guanyu hurriedly came forward to mediate the situation. He stood between them, lest they actually got into a fight. All right. Calm down, both of you. Stop arguing." He turned to the proprietress and continued, "Junior Sister Lan, you're not unaware of the boy's situation. The 7th Order monster core in his possession is not a good thing for him." The proprietress coldly snorted. "Why bother coming up with such high-sounding excuses when all you want is to snatch the 7th Order monster core by force?" Guanyu shook his head. "Junior Sister, what are you saying? We don't want to snatch anything from him. If he does have the 7th Order monster core, we can purchase it from him. Ask him to set a price. As long as the price is reasonable, this senior brother will not quibble about it." Snorting, she replied, "Let's put aside whether or not he does have a 7th Order monster core in his possession. Even if he does have one, it will never belong to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven." Turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, "Do you have a 7th Order monster core?" Yang Kai replied decisively, "That's a groundless accusation." Chu Lushan coldly snorted, "We'll know whether he has the item or not if we perform a check." "I dare you to try." The proprietress glared at Chu Lushan. Chu Lushan calmly said, "It doesn't matter who has the 7th Order monster core, but it must not be in this brat's hands. This matter is very important. There is no room for negligence. Lan Yu Ruo, I advise you not to make a mistake." She was so furious that she laughed instead. "This queen will happily be your opponent if you want to fight. Why are you wasting time with nonsense?" Saying so, world force surged around her body. Martial Peak, Chapter 4304, Only One Left. Similarly, both the auras around Chu Lushan and Kong Feng fluctuated violently, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Guanyu revealed a troubled expression. He did not want to make an enemy of the proprietress. Unfortunately, he could only side with Chu Lushan now that things had progressed to this point. So he sighed softly, "Junior Sister Lan, why must you do this?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely gloomy. If it came down to a fight, the proprietress would surely suffer a loss. Although both the proprietress and Yu He were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, they were still outnumbered. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Lushan and the others were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, even the 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters inspecting the ships were a formidable force that could not be ignored. It could be said that First In would definitely suffer a loss if it came down to a battle. He was not willing to let the proprietress and Yu He suffer because of him. Thus, he sighed inwardly, "It's so depressing to be weak. Even if I obtain something good, I can't keep it. Do I really have to hand over the 7th Order monster core?" Yang Kai was extremely reluctant. All the cultivation resources he obtained along his journey were the results of personal effort, great opportunities, and massive amounts of luck. The wood element power came from the immortal tree he obtained in his early years, which happened naturally. He later obtained the fire element power by stealing the golden crow carcass from under the noses of a bunch of open heaven realm masters. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Next, obtaining the earth element power was a daunting experience, but not dangerous. He had picked up and refined the monster core of an earth attribute true dragon. Nevertheless, it was only possible for him to find the monster core thanks to the dragon source in his body. His water element power came from the moon essence he obtained and refined in the grand ancient ruins boundary, having to escape from Kuan Sha at that time. Lastly, he obtained the yang element power by refining the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng. Even that had come with quite a hefty price tag. It had taken so much effort, and he had struggled so hard just to pave the way to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. All his efforts had been for the sake of a brighter future. He wanted to set foot in a wider sky and enjoy better scenery. Obtaining the 7th order metal element monster core this time had also been a lucky coincidence. Who could say whether he would come across another opportunity like this? What kind of dangers would he face to obtain the cultivation resources he needed again? How long would he have to wait? Once he refined the 7th order monster core, he would only be one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How could he reconcile himself with the idea of falling short right at the last moment? But what could he do even if he was extremely reluctant? Under the current circumstances, a huge battle was inevitable unless he brought out the 7th order monster core. It was a given that first in would be the one to suffer if a battle broke out. The scene was tense and a battle could erupt at any time. Yang Kai swore ruthlessly to himself, even if I have to destroy the 7th order monster core, I will never sell it to Xin Yuan Cave Heaven or allow Heavenly Sword Union to get their hands on it. At this moment, Senior Brother Mao, who had remained silent throughout the entire situation, suddenly said, "Boy, do you have a 7th order monster core in your possession?" Yang Kai looked up and calmly replied, "There's no such thing." Senior Mao brother nodded lightly. "In that case, there's nothing to be done here. You may leave." After saying that, he waved them away. Everybody was dumbfounded by this turn of events, and Kong Feng shouted, "Brother Mao." Senior Brother Mao asked coldly, "How can I help you, Brother Kong?" Kong Feng exclaimed, "This brat definitely has a 7th order monster core in his possession. We can't let him just leave like that. Otherwise, it will lead to a huge problem in the future." Senior Brother Mao replied indifferently, "He claims that he does not have one. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? Do you want to snatch his space ring from him to check?" That Kong Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. "I can't do something so shameless. No matter how brazen he is, this Yang Kai is still just a junior. How can a 6th order open heaven realm master like myself snatch his space ring in public? Even he could not act so shamelessly, as it would severely tarnish his reputation and face. Otherwise, instead of trying to negotiate with Yang Kai, he would have simply stolen it from him directly. Junior Sister Lon, I apologize for the commotion." Senior Brother Mao cupped his fist at the proprietress. Then he turned to the ship and shouted, "Are you done with the inspection? If you're done, then return immediately." The group of people who boarded the ship for inspection earlier quickly leapt down. After that, he waved his large hand. "Let them through." Nobody objected when he allowed them to pass. Chu Lushan and Kong Feng exchanged a glance with each other and were unhappy with the situation, but they were also unwilling to fall out with this Senior Brother Mao. The people from Great Battle Heaven were not to be trifled with. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Mao." The proprietress gave Senior Brother Mao an elegant bow before she drove the ship towards the territory gate. Before they left, Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard a transmission from Senior Brother Mao. "Take care of yourself, kid." He nodded at Senior Brother Mao gratefully. He knew that if not for Senior Brother Mao speaking up at a critical moment, things would not have been resolved so smoothly today. When the ship passed through the territory gate and vanished out of sight, Chu Lushan finally said, "Brother Mao, I heard that several Great Battle Heaven disciples became acquainted with Yang Kai inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Senior Brother Mao glanced sideways at Chu Lushan and responded lightly, "You are very well informed, Brother Chu. But if you have time to worry about Great Battle Heaven disciples, why don't you spend it figuring out a method to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's whereabouts instead?" Chu Lushan's gaze flickered slightly. Staring in the direction of the territory gate, he gave a soft snort. At the same time, on the ship, the proprietress gave Yang Kai a strange look. "Are you acquainted with Great Battle Heaven?" Yang Kai pondered the question. Perhaps it's because I rescued several great Battle Heaven disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He couldn't help thinking about Bu Lianzhong and the others. Back at the swamp filled with countless void cracks, Yang Kai had helped the trapped Bu Lianzhong and his companions to escape. It could be considered that he had saved their lives. It was just that he was separated from Bu Lianzhong and the others when they later arrived at the Blood Lake. In any case, Yang Kai had not taken such a trivial matter to heart. Rescuing Bu Lianzhong and the others was just a matter of convenience. He never imagined that his actions would return to benefit him, or that Great Battle Heaven would return the favor here. The proprietress immediately understood the situation and nodded lightly. The people of Great Battle Heaven are upright and just. Since you rescued those Great Battle Heaven disciples, it makes sense why Senior Brother Mao reciprocated the favor just now. Yuhi asked, "Young Master, did you really obtain a 7th Order Monster Core?" Likewise, Old Bai looked over curiously. These were people Yang Kai trusted, friends and allies, so there was no need to hide anything from them. He nodded in response. That's right. But it was a lucky coincidence. The monster beast was heavily injured in the first place, and I also used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress from the outset. That's how I managed to kill it. The proprietress narrowed her eyes slightly. What elements are you missing now? Yang Kai replied, after refining this metal element power, then only the Yin element will be left. Old Bai was shocked. Only one left? It had not been long since Yang Kai came to the 3,000 worlds, so it was shocking that he was going to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. Which Emperor Realm cultivator would not spend decades, if not centuries, before advancing into the open heaven realm? Very few people could successfully refine the Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements and advance into the open heaven realm within 100 years. The main reason was that finding suitable cultivation resources took much time, energy, and money. This was true for any cultivator, including the disciples from the major cave heavens and paradises. The only exceptions were core disciples like Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, who were carefully nurtured by the sect and given basically unlimited resources. Be that as it may, even core disciples like them would need to spend some time refining these resources and consolidating their foundations. Therefore, it could take between several years to several decades just to refine the necessary elements. Those with poorer aptitude would take an even longer time. Soon, Old Bai became excited. TSK. You're going to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Brat, you're reaching the sky in a single step. If Yang Kai could advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, it would be no different from ascending to the heavens in one bound. Be it in terms of strength or status, there would be earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, the proprietress and Yuhi were not happy. Instead, they looked at each other worriedly. Yang Kai was already being targeted by the major cave heavens and paradises. Although it could be said that not every cave heaven and paradise was out to cause trouble for him, there would always be some. Those masters had been holding back from making a move personally because they were still concerned about their respective reputations. They did not wish to be seen as oppressing the weak. The main reason for their inaction was that they believed it would take much more time for Yang Kai to grow and develop. However, if news about the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core spread out, some people might become desperate. Brat, you should focus on carefully refining the Metal Element Monster Core in retreat once you return. As for the Yin element, I'll search for you. The proprietress sent a transmission to Yang Kai. She had warned him against taking this path in the past, but now that he was already so far down it, all she could do was support him as much as possible. She might not be able to acquire a 7th Order Yin element treasure, but she certainly had more connections than him. Yang Kai replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Proprietress, take a look at this and see if it will be useful for you. This jade bottle contained one of the innate open heaven pills that he obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. She took the bottle from him suspiciously, but after opening it and sweeping the contents with her divine sense, her expression changed drastically. She quickly resealed the jade bottle and glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. Where did you get this? With how knowledgeable and experienced she was, She immediately understood what this open heaven pill was, as well as its true origins. Yang Kai, of course, answered her honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, she returned the jade bottle to him. This is useless to me right now. You should keep it for yourself. If I ever have a need for it in the future, I will ask you for it then. She had advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm, so her cultivation would only reach its limit when she reached the eighth order open heaven realm. Taking this open heaven pill now was a complete waste. Nevertheless, Yang Kai understood that she was still restrained by the heart demon oath she took in the past after hearing what she said. As long as Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar remained standing, she would never be able to advance into the seventh order open heaven realm. Otherwise, she could have advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm even without the help of this innate open heaven pill. Sighing softly, Yang Kai put the jade bottle away before adding, "In that case, please don't forget to come to me when you need it." Yang Kai also secretly made a vow. When I advance into the open heaven realm, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar to resolve her heart demon oath. Old Bai probably guessed Yang Kai's intentions, so he secretly gave him a meaningful look, one that said, "Make sure to call me when that time comes." During his advancement into the open heaven realm, Bai Qi nearly failed because of Qin Ji of Golden Rainbow Province and Ling Chunxiu of Boundless Altar. If Yang Kai had not given him the world's source liquid at the critical moment, he would not be standing here today. This blood feud never left Bai Qi's thoughts and was something that would need to be repaid one day. Martial Peak, Chapter 4305, Return to Voidland. In the deserted void, a ship sailed forward silently. All the people on board were consolidating their harvest from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although Yang Kai lost 5 to 6 subordinates during this trip, those who came out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive definitely had grown leaps and bounds. This experience would be of great help to their futures. In his room, Yang Kai hid in the small sealed world, helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove the Blood Principle's restriction. Time passed, and it took almost a month for Yang Kai to finish this task. While helping them to remove the Blood Principle's restriction, Yang Kai took some time to meet and speak with each of them. He found out that Abundance City had brought up quite a few talents. In addition to the several great elders like Peng Duo, there were more than 10 people who had condensed the fifth order open heaven realm elements. Deacon Fan Wu Xian, who captured him and Chu Huashang back to Abundance City, was one of them. Although they had not been in the Emperor realm as long as Peng Duo and the others, and had weaker foundations overall, they were still more than qualified to break through to the open heaven realm. Furthermore, plenty of other cultivators from Abundant City had condensed fourth order and third order element powers. Yang Kai was extremely delighted about this. If he brought these people back to Voidland, once they broke through in the future, one could imagine a sharp increase in Voidland's strength in a very short time. However, the number of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills needed would be huge too. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to spare some time to comprehend his new wood element divine ability, but it seemed he would have to put that aside for now. It was crucial to refine more Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as soon as possible. Before leaving for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had refined some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, but there were not many, and definitely not enough for those from Abundant City. Yang Kai estimated he would need at least 500 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to barely meet the consumption of the first batch of Abundant City cultivators. For other great forces, it would certainly not be worth it to exchange a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to secure a single cultivator's breakthrough to the third order or fourth order open heaven realm. After all, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was essentially an extinct spirit pill. Anyone who obtained one would regard it as a treasure, leaving it for their disciple with the greatest potential. However, Yang Kai could refine this spirit pill on his own, and he possessed a large amount of world source liquid. Thus, he need not be concerned in this regard. Now, his main priority was to enhance Voidland's strength within the shortest time span, giving it the capability to protect itself in this 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai kept himself busy in his room, refining spirit pills without rest. Furnace after furnace of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills appeared. with each one representing the birth of an open heaven realm master for Voidland. After refining for an unknown time, Yang Kai only realized that his job was done when all his auxiliary ingredients were consumed. He calculated the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills he had, coming up with 435 in total. Although there was still a little gap from his initial estimate of 500, it should be enough for now. Not every cultivator would need this spirit pill to break through after all. It was unnecessary to waste it on someone who was confident in breaking through. Nevertheless, for those such as Imo Mei and Pang Duo, Yang Kai had to let them take this pill to assure their breakthrough, even if they were confident. Opening the barrier of the room, Yang Kai stepped onto the deck and looked at the scenery of the void around him. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It should not have taken them so long to return to Thousand Birds territory from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He spent 1 month helping the cultivators of Abundant City to remove their blood principles restriction and about more than a month refining spirit pills. Given that it had been about 2 to 3 months, they should have arrived at Thousand Birds territory by now. Confused, he took out his universe chart to check their position and was dumbstruck. Young Master. Probably because of noticing Yang Kai coming out of his retreat, Yuhi hurriedly came out of her room too. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked puzzledly, "Why are we in void territory?" With the help of the universe chart, Yang Kai could easily tell that they were now in void territory instead of Thousand Birds territory. Yuhi explained, "Elder sister wanted to send us back to Voidland first. Then they will return to first in of Thousand Birds territory." Yang Kai immediately understood what this meant. The proprietress was worried that they might encounter some kind of danger during their journey, so she decided to escort them all the way here. His heart could not help feeling a little warm. "I am going to see proprietress." He turned around and walked towards the room on the top floor. It was necessary to pay the proprietress a visit after coming out of his retreat, so Yang Kai knocked, entered the room, and had some casual conversation with her. Then, Yang Kai took out a bottle of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. "Proprietress, chef, and accountant will surely be breaking through to the open heaven realm soon after returning. These heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills should be useful to them." Back then at the auction in Thousand Birds Star City, Yang Kai got the pill recipe for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Furthermore, the proprietress also learnt from Old Bai that Yang Kai had world source liquid on him, so she was not surprised that he could hand over heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills so casually. There was no need for her to refuse, as they were really useful for chef and accountant. As such, she immediately took the bottle and said, "I'll accept it with gratitude. When chef and accountant reach the open heaven realm masters, I will ask them to thank you in person." Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need. We're friends. I hope they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm as well." The proprietress nodded gently and asked, "What are your plans after going back this time?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai answered, "No matter what, it's important to refine the metal element monster core first. After all, such a treasure could only truly belong to me after refining it." "As it should be," the proprietress agreed. "After refining it, don't be in such a rush to exit retreat. Stay to consolidate your cultivation. Although you have excellent aptitude, I'm afraid that your foundation will be unstable in the future given that you refined so many high-rank materials so quickly. Fortunately, it's not too late. There is still a chance to rectify some minor flaws before condensing the Yin element power." Proprietress is wise. Yang Kai accepted her advice humbly. He agreed that he should spend some time consolidating his cultivation. It was not necessarily good to progress rapidly when it came to cultivating. Although his Dao seal was incredibly firm due to the divine Dao water he had used, it would not hurt him to settle down a little and stabilize his foundation. During his adventures in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had comprehended a potent wood element divine ability, but he still lacked a water element divine ability and a yang element divine ability. When he condensed his metal element power upon returning this time, he should finish comprehending these. He had a faint feeling that if he could fully comprehend all the divine abilities of the 7 elements before advancing to become an open heaven realm master, it would be of great benefit to him during and after his breakthrough. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Yang Kai had no doubt about it. After a few days, the ship finally reached Voidland. Standing on the deck, the proprietress praised, "Grandmaster Wu Liang has extraordinary skill indeed. This grand array is magnificent. It is so profound that even I can't see through it. Run this place well. One day, it may be one of the cave heavens or paradises." During her last trip here, she brought Grandmaster Wu Liang to patch or arrange a grand array for Yang Kai. At that time, Voidland was still Seven Wonders Land, but the current atmosphere had changed dramatically compared to that time. Yang Kai grinned. This grand array that Grandmaster Wu Liang set up is called the 9 Heavenly Layers and has 9 grand arrays linked together, including bewildering arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and trapping arrays. It's indeed powerful. Grandmaster Wu Liang had excellent skills, but Yang Kai had to give him tremendous support to create this grand array. Even though he had made a huge fortune in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had to spend the majority of it for the sake of the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. Only someone like Yang Kai would have the courage to support Grandmaster Wu Liang in arranging a spirit array like this. If it was any other second-class great force, they would not have had the financial resources necessary to support such an endeavor. Cost was also the main reason why it was so difficult for Grandmaster Wu Liang to implement his design before, even though he had conceived of it a long time ago. He had designed the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array many years ago and strongly recommended it to various great forces. However, those great forces rejected it despite their interest after hearing the price tag. It was only after he met Yang Kai that he was finally able to display his true mastery over the Tao of spirit arrays. After setting up the array, Grandmaster Wu Liang had a burst of inspiration and enlightenment and went into retreat. He estimated that his cultivation would improve after he came out of his retreat in a good spirit array. The proprietress did not hesitate to praise. "There's nothing special to see from the outside. You'll understand its true mystery only from the inside. Please enter, proprietress." Yang Kai gestured. Contrary to his expectations, though, the proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going in." Yang Kai was startled. "Are you leaving now?" The proprietress nodded gently. "This trip away from Firston has taken too long. It's not good to delay any longer. Don't forget what I told you. Cultivate well after you go back." Yang Kai was a little reluctant to send her off. Voidland and Thousand Birds Star City were not close to each other, so it was not easy to have them here. Now that they were leaving before even stepping foot into Voidland, Yang Kai somehow felt like he lost an opportunity to welcome them as a host. However, if the proprietress did not want to enter, he could not force it either. As such, he just nodded as he replied, "I'll remember. Don't worry, proprietress. I will work hard and not slack off." Leading he and the others off the ship, Yang Kai solemnly bid farewell to the proprietress and the rest. After seeing the ship, Yang Kai beckoned to the rest, "Let's go home." It was Guo Miao's first time coming to Voidland, and she could not help looking around curiously. She felt that this place was many times better than Blood Swan Continent, where she had stayed before. Although Voidland was also a second-class great force, Blood Swan Continent could not be compared with it at all. Yang Kai was the master of Voidland, so the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array naturally could not stop him from leading his people inside. The alarm activated by the grand array startled Bian Yuqing, who immediately came to investigate, but after finding that it was Yang Kai who returned, she quickly welcomed him delightedly. "Sect Master, you've returned?" Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks for your hard work, Second Manager." Speaking of the people who followed him all these years, besides Head Manager Hua Qingxi, it was Second Manager Bian Yuqing who had worked the hardest. Yang Kai was a well-known arm-flinging shopkeeper, always running around all year round while pushing the administrative work onto others. When he was not home, these two women were in charge of essentially all matters in the sect. Many would feel envious of the two managers for how much authority they possessed, but these people had no idea how much effort they had put in and how much cultivation time they had sacrificed for the sect. Back then in High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary, Head Manager Hua Qingxi was there to share the burden with her, but now in Voidland, Bian Yuqing was doing it all alone. Recalling the time when he was captured by Bian Yuqing's subordinates when he first left the lower star field and entered the Star Boundary, Yang Kai could not help sighing nostalgically. All kinds of memories from the past were still vivid in his mind. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4306, Expenditure and Income. In the main hall at the center of Voidland, Yang Kai sat in the head seat, while Yuhi stood behind him. Although she was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was as humble as a maidservant, standing by the side to pour tea for Yang Kai. Below, Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui sat on the left and right. Hearing of Yang Kai's return, the two of them hurriedly came to greet him. For now, Voidland was lacking Open Heaven Realm Masters, so besides Yuhi, a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, there were only Lu Shui, a fifth-order Open Realm Master, Chen Tianfei, a fourth-order Open Realm Master, and Guo Ziyin, a third-order Open Realm Master. These were all the Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had for now. Of course, there was also He He, who was restricted by the loyalty list, but Yang Kai stationed him outside the star boundary to ensure its safety. In addition, there was the divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Juyin. This woman was extraordinarily strong, and after coming out of Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for such a long time, a good portion of her strength should have been restored, but no one knew what her true condition was at the moment. Bian Yuqing's voice echoed in the main hall as she reported the developments and transformations of Voidland during this period of time to Yang Kai. In fact, there were not many changes. The 600,000 people who Yang Kai brought back from the star boundary were mostly cultivating in the retreat. All the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors had obtained some cultivation resources and now just needed time to refine them, so there would not be many results in the short term. However, as a result, the expenses for cultivation resources had become shockingly high. Although Voidland was still quite rich, it was clear that it could not handle this rate of consumption for long. If they continued to consume without any means of replenishing, Voidland would eventually be completely drained. Signs had already started showing when Yang Kai departed, but after this period of time, the situation had become progressively worse. In conclusion, the expenditures of Voidland were overwhelming. Before Yang Kai left, he basically handed over all the cultivation resources he had to Bian Yuqing and allowed her to distribute them. But now, after listening to the reported figures, there was really not much left, and they would most likely be exhausted soon. After reporting the spending, Bian Yuqing continued, even taking into consideration the expenditures though, the current income is also pretty good. Yang Kai raised his brow as her statement piqued his interest. Oh, let's hear about it. Bian Yuqing turned to look at Chen Tianfei and smiled faintly, Sect Master. Just so you know, the biggest income in Voidland now comes from the gourd vine, which is under the care of Sir Chun. The gourd vine truly lives up to its name as a divine medicine. In essence, we can collect a full set of fifth-order yin, yang, and the five-element materials once a month. It is truly valuable, and what makes it even more precious is that all of the materials stem from the same source. If a disciple can refine all their fifth-order materials from the gourd vine, there may be unexpected gains. Yang Kai gave a light nod. When he saw the gourd vine in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he already had a vague feeling that it would become a foundation to the success of any sect that obtained it. By the looks of it now, it seemed that he was right. Good work, Fatty. Yang Kai nodded at Fatty Chen Tian. Chen Tianfei hurriedly got up. Although he replied humbly, his face was radiant, looking notably proudly. To be honest, it was a boring job to watch over the gourd vine, and the task of collecting the element treasures was not something really worth praising, but he was still glad to be noticed by Yang Kai. Although he was forced to leave his name on the loyalty list, and his fate was now Yang Kai's to control, after even a short period of time, he realized the terrifying potential Voidland had. It was many times better than Scarlet Star. Although Voidland was still in its infant stage, it would definitely have the world at its feet in time. His cultivation was not too high, but he had an exceptionally sharp vision, so he had no doubts about this. Even without the restriction of loyalty list, he would never choose to leave Voidland. This place had a broad and promising future. If he continued to stay here, he would benefit as Voidland rose. How could he find any place better than this? Not to mention, staying with Yang Kai could quickly improve his strength too. Until now, he still did not understand how Lu Shui could rapidly reach the fifth-order Open Heaven realm after a simple trip out with Yang Kai. Initially, they were both fourth-order open heaven realm masters, and he had reached that realm long before Lu Shui, but she had broken through to the next order first. Besides Lu Shui, even Guazi Yin reached the third-order open heaven realm. Previously, Qin Tianfei secretly tried to gain information from Lu Shui, but her lips were tightly sealed, so he could not figure out anything. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he could win Yang Kai's trust, sooner or later he would be able to make sense of it all. Additionally, since he was now in charge of collecting the resources from the gourd vine, he believed that he must be able to have a share of the collected resources when he was promoted to the fifth order in the future. The fifth order materials were exceedingly valuable as each one cost on after 1 to 2 million open heaven pills, making a set of 7 nearly 10 million. Fatty Chun had witnessed Yang Kai's generosity towards his subordinates during this period of time, and he believed that as long as he could be promoted to the fifth order, he would definitely be able to obtain quite a number of gourd vine materials. With that, reaching the sixth order would be just a matter of time. If he left Voidland, where could he find this many resources? It could be said that Qin Tianfei had now truly pledged his loyalty to Voidland. Bian Yuqing pressed on. However, there is a problem now. The number of disciples who can refine fifth-order materials is limited, and a lot of the materials collected from the gourd vine may accumulate. The requirements for the Dao seal of a cultivator to refine fifth-order elements were somewhat high, and only Bing Yun, Wan Zishan, and other top emperors could refine them safely. Therefore, although there were 600,000 people in Voidland, not many of them could refine the fifth-order materials. Therefore, as the resources were collected monthly from the gourd vine, they would naturally begin to pile up. In contrast, third-order and fourth-order materials are in extremely high demand, and we are short on them. Therefore, without Sect Master's approval, this subordinate decided to exchange some fifth-order resources from the gourd vine for the third-order and fourth-order materials in the Star City. If there is anything wrong about this subordinate is willing to be punished. Yang Kai beamed. How could I punish second manager for doing such a good job? I should be thanking you instead. It was a reasonable move to exchange the fifth-order materials that could not be used for third-order and fourth-order materials that they lacked. Bian Yuqing was slightly relieved when she heard him, and further reported, inside Voidland, aside from the income of the gourd vine, there are the spirit fruits collected in the various orchards. Although Wondrous Pill Great Emperor is deriving the pill recipe for open heaven pills, the progress has been quite slow because he is focused more on cultivating in retreat, so the accumulated spirit fruits cannot be refined into pills. Yang Kai nodded. I've solved the matter of the pill recipe and will give it to the Great Emperor later so that he can begin refining pills. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued, that's all for the income from within Voidland. Regarding the external income, a fourth-order open heaven realm master named Yunxing Hua came to Voidland and claimed that it was Sect Master that sent him to manage Void Territory's Star City. The harvest there is also not bad, and there is a fixed income every month from taxes and rent. I have asked him to exchange all the income into cultivation materials of various orders and ship them to Voidland. Yang Kai nodded. I did send Yunxing Hua over, but he is an outsider after all, so it's difficult to entrust such an important task to him. It's better to have someone in the Star City to assume proper command. Blood Swan Continent was originally Guamiao's great force, but after Yang Kai broke through its sect defending array, he forced Yunxing Hua to leave his name on the loyalty list. There was a shortage of manpower in Voidland, so Yang Kai had ordered Yunxing Hua to lead a group of people from Blood Swan Continent to enter and manage the Star City. Although there was the loyalty list to guarantee his compliance, and Yang Kai was not afraid of Yunxing Hua betraying him, he worried that this guy would be tempted by the fortunes he made and would begin embezzling them for himself. In Yang Kai's plan, the Star City of Voidland needed to be well managed and developed, and it would not be difficult to do so. As long as he threw out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the reputation of the Star City in Void Territory would soar overnight. When that happened, it would certainly attract countless people to the Star City of Voidland. The increase of population would bring the Star City to life, and by that time, even if he did not do anything, he could make a fortune just collecting taxes. For now, though, Void Territory's Star City had no fame to its name and could only be regarded as a medium-sized Star City, incomparable to Thousand Birds Star City, not to mention the star cities in the Cave Heavens and Paradise's territories. Although the Star City was making some income, it was not much, so Yang Kai was not worried about letting Yuan Xinghua take charge of it for now. However, when the Star City matured in the future, Yang Kai needed to station someone trustworthy there to manage it. More importantly, that person needed to be strong enough. At that time, the Void Territory Star City would be bustling and full of all kinds of people. Without enough strength, the one in charge would not be able to maintain order and security. That person had to be at least a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, it seemed that Mo Mei was the only suitable candidate, as there was no way Yang Kai could let Yu He take charge of the Star City, as she had to take care of Voidland itself. While thinking about it, Lu Shui got up and volunteered. "Sir, let me go to the Star City." Lu Shui was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. If she went to the Star City, Yuan Xinghua would not dare to be presumptuous. After all, he had only just reached the 4th Order. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, Lu Shui. Just focus on teaching in Voidland. The people I brought here from my homeland know nothing about the outer universe and the Open Heaven Realm, so I need you to guide them." There were only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Chen Tianfei was in charge of the Gourd Vine, while Lu Shui taught the cultivators from the Star Boundary. Almost every day, she had to solve countless questions and doubts of the disciples. It could be said that her task was tough. Even the great emperors would ask her for advice during their spare time outside of retreat. Although in the future, the achievements of Lu Shui may not be as great as those great emperors who were refining 6th Order materials, she was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now and had the experiences they needed most. At this stage, it was no problem for her to provide guidance to the great emperors. Lu Shui sat down after Yang Kai announced what she should do. Bian Yuqing continued, "From the current situation, the income of Voidland is sufficient to cover the expenditure, and there's even some revenue left over, but it will be difficult to maintain in the long run." This was because as time passed, there would be more cultivators who condensed their own Dao seals. Once they had their Dao seals, they would need Open Heaven materials, which would put more pressure on Voidland's finances. It would be fine if there were just 1 or 2 of them. The problem was that there were 600,000 people in Voidland. Hearing that, Yang Kai asked, "Does Second Manager have a solution?" Bian Yuqing proposed, "Other than increasing the income of Voidland, I think we can let the disciples go out for training to find resources for themselves. Voidland can support them for the time being, but not for a lifetime." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4307, Future Plans? Yang Kai kept silent. Bian Yuqing added, "It's an honor that Sect Master showed such generosity and care to the disciples. It's truly a blessing for them to belong to a sect like Voidland. But if they don't contribute, they won't appreciate their gains. Furthermore, while it's safe for them to stay in Voidland, if they don't go out for training, how can they fight alongside Sect Master in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Flowers raised in the greenhouse will not be able to withstand wind and storms." Back then, when Great Demon God, Mo Sheng, caused disaster in the Star Boundary, everyone from High Heaven Palace participated in the battle. There were many casualties, but the ones who survived grew by leaps and bounds. Yang Kai nodded lightly. What Second Manager says is reasonable. He certainly understood this. When he went to Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time, he also agreed to let Lang Qingshan and the others move separately for training, because he knew that he could not always keep them under his wings. Similarly, he could not protect the 600,000 elites that he had brought back from the Star Boundary forever. They needed to grow and gain experiences of their own. Since Second Manager proposed this, do you have a specific plan? Yang Kai questioned. Bian Yuqing answered, "This subordinate does have an idea. As for whether it will work, I'll need Sect Master to decide." Yang Kai gestured her to speak. Bian Yuqing suggested eloquently, "The 600,000 cultivators who came back from the Star Boundary have different strengths. There are the strong ones like the great emperors, who have long condensed their own Dao seals and are now refining 6th Order materials. As for the weaker cultivators, some of their cultivations have not reached the Dao Source Realm or even the Origin King Realm. It's too dangerous for such cultivators to travel the 3,000 worlds. Allowing them to leave would be the same as killing them. Therefore, this subordinate was thinking of letting them travel to the universe worlds within Void territory first. Yang Kai roughly knew about the situation of Void territory. Originally, other than Seven Wonders Land, which was a second-class Great Force, there were 7 third-class Great Forces and more than a dozen universe worlds. When Yang Kai occupied Void Land back then, the masters of these third-class Great Forces and universe worlds paid him a visit. Since Yang Kai had become the ruler of Void territory, these subordinate forces and universe worlds naturally had to pay him proper respect. There are many places to seek both training and opportunity in those universe worlds. If the disciples go there, not only can it temper their minds and bodies, but it will also let them learn the difficulty of obtaining resources. Yang Kai nodded at her suggestion. This plan seems feasible. Seeing him approve, Bian Yuqing added, in addition, this subordinate feels that Voidland can follow the contribution system set up by other sects, and the prices of all kinds of cultivation resources should be clearly stated. If the disciples want to get the resources they need, they can exchange with their own contribution points. Of course, the disciples can get them by completing missions assigned by the sect too, or turning in the contribution points that they obtained through their training. Yang Kai had experienced the system of contribution points many times in the past, and such a system existed in High Heaven Palace as well. This system was used by many sects with different names, but they were all similar. Up to now, there were many great forces in the 3,000 worlds practicing the same system. The fact that the contribution point system was used by many sects proved that it was helpful to their development. Yang Kai beamed. With the help of second manager, how can Voidland not be prosperous? Bian Yuqing blushed slightly. Many thanks, Sect Master, for your high praise. This subordinate only adopted this idea from others. Yang Kai waved his hand. Whether it's from others or not, I'm relieved to have second managers overseeing Voidland. Just proceed as you mentioned. Bian Yuqing quickly bowed, yes. After a pause, she continued, Sect Master, this subordinate has another request. Name it. After organizing her thoughts, Bian Yuqing remarked, although this subordinate has been following Sect Master for many years, my personal cultivation is too low for my current position. I was able to assist head manager in High Heaven Palace before, but now, it's really overwhelming for me to support the operation of Voidland all alone. Sect Master, you are always away, and the great emperors are all in retreat. If Voidland encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me alone to make decisions. I request Sect Master set up an Elder Council. If there is any problem, the Elder Council can discuss and act together. There were Sect Masters, Protectors, Elders, Deacons, and so on in many other positions in normal sects. Although Voidland had quite a number of people, other than having Yang Kai as the Sect Master, Bian Yuqing was the only other one who had a specific status, which was manager. Meanwhile, the rest were just ordinary disciples who had not been given any position yet. It was not because Yang Kai forgot about this matter, but simply that the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland was far too limited, so it was hard to even appoint people to such positions. Bian Yuqing proposed this not only for the development of Voidland, but also to avert suspicion. After all, if she had all the power, it would inevitably cause some dissatisfaction among others. Of course, the main reason was that she truly needed help with the hectic workload. Does second manager have any suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing replied, this subordinate has received a lot of help from Sir Chun and Madame Lu these days, and I ask for their advice at times. They have experience in management and have good cultivation. As such, this subordinate feels that we can allow them to join the Elder Council first and be the first batch of the elders of our Voidland. Chen Tianfei was originally one of the managers of Scarlet Star. Back then, when Zhao Baichuan was in retreat all year round to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, Chen Tianfei was in charge of Scarlet Star, while Lu Shui was a manager from Sword Pavilion with numerous subordinates under her. Because of this, they both had experience in managerial positions. Hearing Bian Yuqing's words, Fatty Chun, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly straightened his back, sat upright and looked in front of him steadily, while Lu Shui just remained indifferent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Second manager is right. Fatty Chun, Lu Shui. The two quickly got up, stood side by side, and cupped their fists. Sect Master, you two will establish an elder council with second manager to jointly manage Voidland. If there are any difficult decisions to be made, the three of you can discuss it among yourselves and follow a majority rule for the final decision. Yes. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui responded in unison. Fatty Chun did not forget to bootlick. This subordinate assures Sect Master that he will do his best to assist second manager and develop Voidland without slacking off. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked them to sit down again. He next took out several space rings and pushed them over to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing wondered, "These are?" Yang Kai explained, "These are the cultivation resources I obtained during my trip. You should keep them and distribute them according to the situation. As for the open heaven pills, keep some of them in reserve if you can and take the rest to the Star City to purchase more resources." Bian Yuqing accepted the order before scanning the rings with her divine sense and exclaiming, "So much." Yang Kai literally spent billions of open heaven pills on his way to First in Thousand Birds territory to buy the third order and fourth order materials. Just when he spent almost all his open heaven pills, he obtained another one. 25 billion open heaven pills in the Azure Arena, all of which he spent wildly on purchasing items at the following auction and exchange meet. If he had not paid a large number of resources and pills to win the 7th Order Primordial Young Profound Ginseng, there would be even more resources in the rings. Bian Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. With these things, Voidland can still maintain itself for another 5 years without issue. Yang Kai coughed gently into his fist. "I'm afraid it won't last that long." "Why?" Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai disclosed, "Because Voidland will have a new batch of members joining, and their demand for cultivation resources will certainly be much more than the current disciples from the Star Boundary." After saying so, he waved his hand, releasing Imo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other elders from Abundance City. Imo Mei and the others were stunned for a moment, but then hurriedly saluted when they finally comprehended the situation. "Sect Master." Bian Yuqing looked at Imo Mei and the others curiously and asked, "Sect Master, these are?" Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei looked confused too. Yang Kai introduced everyone and briefly explained the background of Imo Mei and the others. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei were dumbstruck, for they did not expect Yang Kai to even bring back so many native cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, they could sense that Imo Mei had condensed 6th Order element powers. Although Pang Duo and the rest looked a bit old to still be Emperor Realm cultivators, they permeated stable and powerful 5th Order element auras. Once they advanced to the Open Heaven realm, they would be in the 5th Order. "Second Manager, please settle the people of Abundance City down carefully. They will all be our Voidland's disciples in the future." Yang Kai ordered. Bian Yuqing was delighted. "Don't worry, Sect Master. This subordinate will make proper arrangements for them." What Voidland lacked now more than anything was Open Heaven Realm Masters. These people in front of her were all seeds of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once they broke through, there would be a sharp increase in Voidland's strength. How could Bian Yuqing not be happy? However, after a moment of excitement, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai meant. There were not many cultivators from Abundance City, only 3,000 or 4,000. Nevertheless, their needs would only be greater than the 600,000 disciples from the Star Boundary. Although there were a large number of people from the Star Boundary too, their cultivations were quite uneven and the vast majority had not even condensed their Dao seals, so they needed far fewer resources. However, the cultivators of Abundance City were different. Many people had begun to condense Open Heaven powers, which was exactly the time when they were extremely eager for the materials of various orders. Although Yang Kai brought back a massive amount of cultivation resources from his trip, they would not last long if so many people had to use them. But overall, it was worth celebrating. Bian Yuqing could even foresee the scene of the tremendous birth of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Yang Kai turned to look at the several people from Abundance City and asked, "Imo Mei, how many people from Abundance City can break through to the Open Heaven Realm right away?" Imo Mei immediately replied without a second thought. "Besides this mistress and the 4 great elders, there are 4 deacons, who have condensed fifth-order elements. Below the fifth order, there are at least 300 who can break through to the open heaven realm at any time. However, we have just left Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so we must first become familiar with the outside world before proceeding. As you should. Yongkai nodded before taking out a ring. Here are some spirit pills. Take them and distribute them to those who can break through. Take one before they attempt to break through, as it will ensure that they can successfully ascend. Martial Peak. Chapter 4308. Let me check. Emome accepted and happily thanked Yongkai. To the side, Qin Tianfei looked at Yongkai with some surprise. Sect Master, what spirit pills are these? Emome and the others had lived in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for a long time, so they did not know anything about the outside world and had never been in contact with the open heaven realm before. Therefore, how would they know the hardships and dangers of breaking through to the open heaven realm? After a cultivator condensed their Dao seal, they had to work hard to collect all kinds of materials to refine. Even after they gathered the yin, yang, and 5-element powers, they may not have the courage to proceed to attempt to break through. After all, their soul was at risk of being extinguished upon failure. This was why there were countless half-step open heaven realm masters throughout the 3,000 worlds. Some were limited by their financial resources and could not gather sufficient cultivation materials, while some lacked confidence in themselves or had problems with their cultivation and dared not attempt to break through. It was for this reason that there were numerous second-order and third-order open heaven realm masters, as well as many even in the first order. Not because these people did not have dreams to pursue, but because the lower the order one attempted to break through to directly, the lower the impact on themselves would be. Likewise, the lower the risk they would need to take. The risk of advancing to the open heaven realm was well known, but there was no way to avoid it, and auxiliary aids or spirit pills that could increase the chances of success had all but vanished over the ages. Although Emome did not fully understand how miraculous the spirit pills Yongkai handed to her were, how could Fatty Chen and Lu Shui not know? Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Yongkai answered casually. Qin Tianfei replied with a cracked voice. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? As in, the legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills that have long gone extinct? Even Lu Shui had her beautiful eyes widen as she stared at Yongkai in disbelief. They're not extinct anymore. I won the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill during my trip to the Thousand Birds Territory Star City in an auction. These spirit pills were refined by me. Qin Tianfei was stunned on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shui, who had been indifferent throughout the whole meeting, could not help covering her red lips with her hands as she gasped. Seeing their reactions, Emome and the others finally realized the value of the spirit pills in their hands. Although they had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, it did not mean that they lacked common sense. Earlier, when Yongkai passed her the ring, she scanned it casually and found hundreds of spirit pills inside. She thought that these spirit pills were ordinary things that could be easily found everywhere, but now, she learned how rare they were. Tentatively looking at Qin Tianfei, Emome asked, Elder Chun, is this Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill very precious? Qin Tianfei gulped and started to explain with difficulty. It's more than just precious. It's a treasure that one can essentially never find. It's said that this spirit pill can stabilize one's Dao seal during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, greatly improving their chances of success. Moreover, it is rumored that taking it during one's breakthrough can help a cultivator experience the birth of a new world, which harmonizes perfectly with the grand Dao of the splitting heaven and earth apart. Then, he continued with a solemn tone, Junior Sister Emo, let's put it this way. If a cultivator has gathered sixth-order element powers like you, but their Dao seal is not firm enough to support their breakthrough, they are likely to fail and die if they insist on it. But with such a pill, their chances of succeeding increase dramatically. In other words, each of these spirit pills can guarantee the successful breakthrough of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. After hearing what Qin Tianfei said, Emome and the others finally understood the value of these Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Although it seemed to only be a spirit pill, It actually represented a powerful open heaven realm master. Qin Tianfei continued, if you put such a spirit pill up for auction, it would be worth at least 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and that is the absolute lowest price possible. You may not know what 10 million open heaven pills means. In the 3,000 worlds, the value of a sixth-order material is generally 15 million. Mo Mei's hand, which was holding the ring, started trembling. Each of these spirit pills were worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and there were some 300 of them in the ring Yang Kai gave to her. Didn't that mean this single ring was worth billions of open heaven pills? They had no idea about the value of an open heaven pill, but they did understand the value of a sixth-order material as they had only obtained a handful of them even after centuries of accumulation. Sect Master, these spirit pills are too valuable. Mo Mei hurriedly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and grinned. What Elder Chun just said is not wrong. A single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is worth a fortune, but that is only under the circumstances that they cannot be found. Previously at the auction, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its recipe was indeed high, costing Yang Kai a great fortune just to win them. If a large number of these things were available in the world, their value would naturally reduce greatly. What our Voidland lacks now are open heaven realm masters, so you don't have to feel pressured about these pills. I can refine them myself, so I can always make more when they are used up. What you have to do is to assist the people of Abundance City to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible. Despite Yang Kai's words, everyone knew that the value of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills would not drop much even if a large quantity of them became available on the market. No cultivator could be absolutely certain that their breakthrough to the open heaven realm would succeed. So as long as they had enough money, anyone would definitely be willing to buy one as insurance. Before Mo Mei could say any more, Yang Kai stopped her. This has already been settled. You don't need to think too much. Just use these spirit pills when you should. Realizing Yang Kai's decision was firm, Mo Mei grasped the ring in her hand and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Sect Master. Good, that's all for today. Second Manager, please help those from Abundance City settle in. Bian Yuqing received the order, and the group followed Yang Kai out of the main hall. After Yang Kai released all of the cultivators of Abundance City from the small sealed world, Bian Yuqing led them away. Yang Kai dismissed Yu He and then returned to his residence with his hands folded behind his back. Knowing that he was heading to see his wives, Yu He did not bother to follow him. Qin Tianfei and Lu Shui still remained in main hall with somewhat complicated feelings. After a long time, Qin Tianfei smiled bitterly. If I had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the past, I would have been confident in attempting to break through to the fifth order open heaven realm. He chose to break through to the fourth order open heaven realm due to limitations in his aptitude, but if he had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure his breakthrough, he would stand a chance to directly advance to the fifth order. Although there was only one order difference between the fourth order and fifth order, the difference in upper limits was immense. The highest limit a fourth-order open heaven realm master could achieve was the sixth order, which was still in the mid-rank, but a fifth-order open heaven realm master could attempt to reach the seventh order, which was the high rank. Lu Shui remained silent. She had always been quiet, but she could also understand Qin Tianfei's feelings right now. If she did not obtain a mid-rank world fruit from Yang Kai due to unforeseen circumstances, how could she have the power and achievements she had today? Our sect master is not a simple man. The future of Voidland is really worth anticipating. Qin Tianfei sighed. Although he did not have as much authority as he did back in Scarlet Star, he was still proud to be in a sect with such high prospects. What could he do even if he wielded power in Scarlet Star? Scarlet Star would forever be a small place that could never stand out in the one-star city where it was situated, while Voidland had unlimited potential and would one day rise to become an existence on par with the cave heavens or paradises. By that time, Qin Tianfei would also be famous. Oh! When Yang Kai returned to his residence and pushed the door open, he saw Yu Ruming, Su Yin, Xiaoning Chong, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao standing side by side, with Yu Ruming in the lead. They had obviously heard the news of Yang Kai's return, so they had decided to wait here. As soon as they saw him, happiness covered their faces. Under the lead of Yu Ru Ming, they all saluted and greeted in unison. Husband, many thanks for your hard work. Yu Ru Ming smiled sweetly. Xianing Chong and Ji Yao blushed. Shui Yu grinned, while Su Yin lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling from both sides of her ears and resting on her ample peaks. Yang Kai stared at all of them, stunned. Yu Ru Ming's face remained unchanged, but the rest flushed increasingly red. It was mainly because they had never done something like this before. They were still in retreat previously, but were summoned out one by Yu Ru Ming. They still had not gotten used to the situation where they all gathered together to welcome their man back. With a bang, Yang Kai closed the door again and left the room. Standing at the door, Yang Kai touched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a long time. He secretly thought to himself that he did not do anything out of line in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although that enchantress kept trying to seduce him, he righteously rejected her and did not display any inappropriate behavior towards her. Thinking so, he calmed down and put a smile on his face before pushing the door open again. Husband, why did you do that? Yu Ru Ming asked puzzledly. Yang Kai hurriedly answered, I can't help but be in such bliss when I see my wives welcome me like this, together. It took me by surprise. I forgot how to behave myself for a while. Please forgive me. Yu Ru Ming looked at him suspiciously. Really? Why do you seem to look a little guilty? Cold sweat drenched Yang Kai's back as he smiled. Ru Ming, why would you say something so ridiculous? I wasn't unfaithful to you all, so why would I feel guilty? Heh. Yu Ru Ming grinned. This mistress never accused husband of being unfaithful. So why is husband in such a hurry to explain himself, Am I? Yang Kai frowned. Nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. I'm afraid Ru Ming has misunderstood me. I haven't seen you all for too long, and I miss all of you very much. Oh, Ning Chong, have you condensed your Dao seal? Little senior sister nodded innocently. I have condensed my Dao seal. Not just me, but everyone has condensed their Dao seal already. However, elder sister Ru Ming said that we should only start cultivating after you come back, so we haven't condensed any elements yet. Yang Kai nodded. Ru Ming is right. It is exactly as she says. Come, let me check everyone's Dao seal. After declaring so, he spread his arms open and grabbed all the women together without hesitation, pushing them towards the bedroom. Su Yin, Ji Yao, and Shui Yu all exchanged looks, their faces flushed an even deeper red than before. They naturally knew what kind of checking he wanted to perform on them. However, little senior sister in all her innocence still had no idea that she was being led into the wolf's den, so she continued to boast proudly, we asked senior Zhu Jiuyin to check us once before. She said that we can condense fifth-order elements without a problem, and we can directly advance to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the future. Yang Kai kept nodding. Since Zhu Jiuyin said so, it should be right. However, in the end, she is a divine spirit, different from us humans. There could be errors in her judgment, so I still need to check each of you thoroughly. Is that so? Xianing Chong thought about it for a while and nodded. It seems like what junior brother said is reasonable. Yu Ru Ming sneered. Then Ning Chong, you can be the first one he checks. Later? Xianing Chong replied, junior brother, what are you? You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.